stand gidigba for Port Harcourt o. You go check out for market, shops, supermarkets where they around you. Now, Olunta group of companies now they distribute this drink, so you fit visit us for Chihes Plaza, opposite Road 20, SAS Road, Port Harcourt. If you get informate or inquiries, I beg, make you just call 0810-938-1647. Be Power Honey Boost drink. Feel 'em, live 'em, show 'em. Honey Boost drinks good for you.
Verberg Imperial Hotel Limited presents Special Valentine Day Party featuring DJ Sky Mix. In music, dance, and notable comedians. There shall be special Valentine discounted rates for all products with complimentary breakfast for couples. Date 14th February 2026. Venue Verberg Imperial Hotels, number 112/112A Bank Anthony Avenue, Transamadi Industrial Layout. Time 4 p.m. till dawn. For inquiries, call 0903-625-8097, 0803-272-4646, or visit our website at www.verbergimperialhotel.com. Email verbergimperialhotel@yahoo.com.
Port Harcourt, are you ready? Today, 95.1 FM, the voice of the people. Radio has never been this good. Today, 95.1 FM, Port Harcourt. Whether it's happening in Port Harcourt, South, Nigeria, or around the world, we've got you covered. On air, online, delivering balanced news and unbiased analysis. Today, 95.1 FM.
This is Today. 95.1 FM, Port Harcourt. News.
Thanks for joining us. Good evening. This is the World News on your premium talk radio Today, 95.1 FM, Port Harcourt. And the headlines: Federal Accounts Allocation Committee disburses over 1 trillion naira revenue for December 2025. APC reiterates commitment to resolving impeachment threat against Rivers Governor Siminalayi Fubara. 85-year-old woman sues son over property titles. On the foreign scene, Pakistan forces kill over 100 fighters in Balochistan following deadly coordinated attacks. I am Lucky Maxwell. The Federal Account Allocation Committee (FAC) has shared a total of 1.969 trillion naira among the federal government, state and local government councils as Federation revenue for December 2025. In a communique, FAC stated that the amount comprised 1.84 trillion naira in distributable statutory revenue, 846.507 billion naira from value-added tax (VAT), and 38.110 billion naira from the electronic money transfer levy. According to the committee, a gross revenue of 2.585 trillion naira was available for the month, of which 104.697 billion naira was deducted as cost of collection, while 511.585 billion naira went into transfers, refunds, and savings. FAC reported that gross statutory revenue for December stood at 1.631 trillion naira, representing a decline of 105.202 billion naira from the 1.736 trillion naira recorded in November 2025. In contrast, gross VAT revenue rose significantly to 913.957 billion naira from 563.42 billion naira in November, an increase of 350.915 billion naira. From the total distributable revenue of 1.969 trillion naira, the federal government received 653.5 billion naira, while state government got 706.469 billion naira. Local government councils received 513.272 billion naira and 96.083 billion naira, representing 13% of mineral revenue, was shared among all producing states as derivation revenue. The All Progressives Congress APC says it is actively working to tactfully resolve impeachment moves against Governor Siminalayi Fubara of Rivers State. The party's national chairman, Professor Nentawe Yelwadda, made the disclosure during a television program in reaction to recent controversies in the Rivers State House of Assembly, where members had been pushing for the impeachment of Governor Fubara and his deputy, Ngozi Odu. Professor Yilwadda said the APC has already begun internal discussions with lawmakers to reverse the impeachment attempt, describing the matter as an internal party issue. He emphasized that the APC has mechanisms to resolve internal conflict and to self-heal when challenges arise. The remarks signal the party's intent to stabilize its leadership in Rivers State and consolidate its position ahead of future elections. The Federal Capital Territory FCT Police Command has urged the Nigeria Labour Congress NLC and the Trade Union Congress TUC to postpone a planned protest in Abuja citing security concerns. The FCT chapters of the NLC and TUC had scheduled a peaceful solidarity protest tomorrow in support of the Joint Union Action Committee JUAC. The protest aims to back the strike by Federal Capital Development Authority FCDA workers over unpaid salaries and benefits. The strike by FCDA workers has seen a standoff with the FCT Minister Nyesom Wike, and the solidarity protest was intended to draw further government attention to the workers' demands. However, in a statement, FCT Police Public Relations Officer SP Josephine Ade warned that intelligence reports suggest the protest could be infiltrated by the proscribed Islamic movement of Nigeria and other non-state actors, potentially threatening public safety. She added that postponing the protest would help prevent any breakdown of law and order, while ensuring that other residents' rights to safety, freedom of movement, and daily activities are not disrupted. Earlier, the Nigeria Labour Congress NLC and the Trade Union Congress TUC announced plans to stage a peaceful solidarity rally tomorrow in support of the Joint Union Action Committee. According to a statement jointly signed by the NLC General Secretary Benson Okpa and the TUC Secretary General Nuhu Toro, the rally is in solidarity with workers of the Federal Capital Development Authority FCDA, led by JUAC, who are protesting unpaid salaries and unresolved welfare issues. JUAC members commenced an indefinite strike on January 13 after the expiration of a 7-day ultimatum issued on January 7 to the Federal Capital Territory Administration FCTA. The strike led to the shutdown of key administrative offices, including the FCTA Secretariat and the FCDA. The unions described the struggle as legitimate and non-negotiable, stressing that it would be sustained until justice is achieved. They further directed all affiliate and state councils to mobilize members massively for the rally, noting that intimidation and repression would not weaken workers' resolve. Meanwhile, Justice Emmanuel Subilim of the National Industrial Court has issued an interim order restraining the Nigeria Labour Congress NLC, the Trade Union Congress TUC, and 3 other parties from embarking on any form of industrial action or protest in the Federal Capital Territory FCT. The order followed an ex parte application filed by the Minister of the FCT, Nyesom Wike, and the FCT Administration, FCTA. Ruling on the application, Justice Subilim restrained the first to 5th defendants, their agents and privies from proceeding with any strike or protest, pending the hearing and determination of a motion on notice. The court also directed the 5th to 9th defendant, comprising security agencies, to ensure that there is no breakdown of law and order in the nation's capital. Counsel to the Minister and the FCTA, Ogu Onoja, told the court that the chairman of the FCT Joint Union Action Committee, JUAC, had issued a mobilization message to workers and affiliated unions for a mass protest scheduled for tomorrow, arguing that the planned action was in violation of subsisting court orders. Onoja further informed the court that following its ruling on January 27, the order was served on the defendants. A senior advocate of Nigeria and human rights lawyer Femi Falana has condemned the Nigerian Senate for repeatedly postponing the passage of the Electoral Act Amendment Bill, warning that continued delays could undermine the credibility of the 2027 general elections. Speaking during the television program, Falana expressed frustration over the Senate's decision to form yet another committee to review the bill, despite its passage by the House of Representatives in December 2025. He described the move as unnecessary and designed to preserve the status quo rather than implement meaningful electoral reforms. Falana argued that these provisions are long overdue and addressed systemic gaps in Nigeria's electoral process. He criticized lawmakers for focusing on minor amendments already covered by existing laws while ignoring enforcement and implementation of critical reforms, including the establishment of an Electoral Offences Commission, recommended as far back as 2008. Falana's comments highlight growing concerns that political maneuvering and delays in the National Assembly could compromise the integrity of future elections in Nigeria. You're listening to the World News on Today 95.1 FM Port Harcourt. We'll be right back after the short break.
Every day, every hour, when the big stories break, depend on our 24-hour news team to bring you the latest. Today, 95.1 FM.
Thanks for staying with us. Now, the rest of the news. Henrietta Fawehimi, mother of former Deputy Vice Chancellor of the University of Port Harcourt and current Vice Chancellor of University of Abuja, has asked a Rivers State High Court in Port Harcourt to compel her son, Professor Hakeem Fawehimi, to return the original title document of her properties in Oramineke Layout, D-Line, Port Harcourt. In her statement of defense, the 85-year-old woman also requested the court to mandate her son to return document for properties at 24 Wachuku Street, Iboloji Housing Estate, Rumigbo, 17 Emenike Close, Rumadolu, and Elekaya Housing Estate, Port Harcourt, after paying her 82 million naira as outlined in his letter dated July 10, 2025. Professor Hakeem Fawehimi and his sister, Oluwafumbi Fawehimi, had filed a suit against Ichie Ikenna Onu, who purchased one of the properties from their mother, claiming that the buyer had no legal right to acquire the property. The woman dismissed the claims of her son and daughter, stating she revoked the gift in her will after realizing the properties were causing continuous fighting and enmity among her children rather than uniting them. The octogenarian alleged that Professor Hakeem Fawehimi abandoned her in old age despite her investing in his education and setting up a hospital for him in Port Harcourt. She further accused him of taking control of her company bank account without her consent, excluding her from her own business, while emphasizing that all her properties, including the one sold to Ichie Ikenna Onu, belong solely to her and not to Riatafa and Sons Nigeria Limited. The claimant or any of her children, Henrietta Fawehimi, said future sales would only occur if her children reconcile and begin properly taking care of her. In his defense, Ichie Ikenna Onu denied knowledge of the claims made by the siblings and urged the court to dismiss their suit, describing it as a gold-digging exercise. A 70-year-old woman, Veronica Wankwa, has accused Bishop Bright Ambrose of a New Generation Church along Ihe Diohamma Street, Mile 2 Diobu, Port Harcourt, of conspiring with one Romanus to forcefully take over her late husband's property along Emole Street, Mile 2 Diobu. In an interview with Today FM, Wankwa claimed that Bishop Ambrose made multiple attempts to seize the property, including allegedly forging a fake court judgment and execution order which led to the deroofing of our current residence. Speaking alongside her daughter, Favor Jacob, Wankwa said their father, Benedict Wankwa, never sold the land to the bishop, and they were shocked when he allegedly invaded the property with security personnel and court documents demanding they vacate. The mother and daughter decried the humiliation and suffering they have endured and appealed to Governor Ismail Ifubara, security agencies and well-meaning Nigerians to intervene and ensure the restoration of their property.
He said their father collect money for your hand. He asked and say how much she collect. He said 2.5 million. My daughter said that you go refund them the money back. Make you just leave all about you here. As my brother tell him all this is. So Romanus will say no, that he will not collect the money. He buy here. So for what? My daughter said no. How that kind of thing go happen? That is more like my old woman. Where will we going to say? The flow they do what we hear be say, we know the big group of people come here. Scatter city.
He came to this place while we saw him. Even my younger son was asking him, what are you doing here? Because we know that his work is to grab people's land and people's house. So we saw him, we said, this house is not for sale. He said, that is our business. We saw another person again called Bishop Bright Ambrose. Also Bishop Bright Ambrose. He came and said he's the owner of this place. We told him that this is not for sale. This is the only property that is kept by my mother. I'm calling on the River State government. Please, they should come to our aid. They should come and help us.
In the meantime, the International Human Rights Protection Initiative Rivers State Chapter has expressed concern over what they described as continuous intimidation, harassment, arson, and alleged illegal land grabbing against the Wankwo family. State Coordinator Johnny Hua warned that such actions may violate fundamental human rights and pledged to pursue lawful measures to protect the family's rights and uphold the rule of law.
The International Human Rights Protection Initiative Rivers State Chapter raises serious concern over what it describes as a continuous intimidation, harassment, act of arson, and alleged illegal land grabbing. The information made available to us alleged that the act are linked to Bishop Bright Ambrose and person believed to be acting on his behalf against Mr. Benedita Wankwo and his family. We were reliably informed that Benedita Wankwo and his family are the lawful occupant and exercise ownership of the piece and parcel of land situated and lying at number 16 Emole Street, Maitu Diob. However, over time, they have been subjected to persistent threat, intimidation, and harassment.
When contacted, Bishop Bright Ambrose, through his personal assistant, Pastor Monday Amadi, denied any forceful takeover of the property, insisting that the property was legally acquired and that a court judgment granted the bishop the right to take possession.
That was a property my father bought at Emole, close to Assemblies of God, 2018. That property was bought through a lawyer in a partnership with an agent. And at the cost of this matter, because the bishop then is not willing to develop the property at that moment, there was no money. Then you allowed them to steal. Why? So after almost 4 years interval, he wanted to develop the property. The people also pleaded. On the course of that, they started fighting him, denying that it was a borrowed money that they borrowed them. It was not, he did not purchase the properties.
The Hydrocarbon Pollution Remediation Project, HYPREP, says it is blending scientific methods with traditional knowledge to restore wetlands in Ogoniland as the world marks World Wetlands Day. HYPREP announced the successful completion of Phase 1 restoration of 560 hectares of oil-degraded mangrove, alongside more than 76% completion of Phase 1 shoreline cleanup across Ogoni communities. Themed Wetlands and Traditional Knowledge, celebrating cultural heritage, HYPREP said the mangrove restoration program involves planting 5 native mangrove species while encouraging community stewardship, local participation and adherence to strong health, safety and environmental standards. HYPREP further disclosed that reports from post-fish stock assessment in Bomu Creek, where mangrove and shoreline restoration are ongoing, indicate rising biodiversity, including increased fisheries production and the return of fish species not seen prior to restoration efforts. HYPREP also highlighted efforts to reintroduce the West African cockle into Ogoni creeks, noting the seafood's importance to the cultural identity and livelihood of the Ogoni people. The project coordinator, Professor Neni Barinizabe, commended community leaders, residents, civil society groups and government agencies for their support, emphasizing the need for continued collaboration and responsible environmental stewardship to protect Nigeria's wetlands. On the foreign scene, Pakistani security forces have killed at least 145 fighters in the southwestern province of Balochistan following a large-scale manhunt launched after coordinated gun and bomb attacks that left nearly 50 people dead. The announcement came a day after the attacks, which began early on Saturday, struck multiple locations across the restive province. At least 31 civilians, including 5 women and 17 security personnel, were killed in the assault. The attacks were claimed by the banned separatist group Balochistan Liberation Army, prompting authorities to impose month-long security restrictions across the province. Measures include a ban on public gatherings and demonstrations, limits on traffic movement and prohibition on face coverings that conceal identities in public places. Balochistan Chief Minister Sarfaraz Bukti said troops and police responded swiftly, killing 145 members of what the government refers to as Fitna al-Hindustan, a term it uses for the BLA. To end the news, here is a summary of the major stories. We told you that the Federal Account Allocation Committee has disbursed over 1 trillion naira revenue for December 2025. The APC said it is resolving impeachment threat against Rivers State Governor Smelai Fubara. We told you that 85-year-old woman has sued her son over property titles. On the foreign scene, Pakistan forces has killed over 100 fighters in Balochistan following a deadly coordinated attacks. Stella Sasongu Okori, editor of the news. For comment and inquiries, please call 0818-389-2850. Send your emails to news at todayfmlive.com. Read our stories on todayfmlive.com, on Facebook at Today95.1fm, Instagram at TodayFM951, and X, formerly Twitter at TodayFM951, YouTube Live at Today95.1fm. Good evening, I am Lucky Maxwell.
Today's news, today's entertainment, today's sports, today's issues. Today on Today 95.1 FM, Port Harcourt.
You may not realize it, but do you know you can always show your love for others with simple gestures? Here are some of them. Always look for the good in people. There are two sides to every story. We have our good and bad sides. So, look for the good in people. Focus on people's potential. Everyone has potential. So, rather than put them down, help them realize it. Choose to love. If you're given an option between giving love and receiving love, choose given because that is a more practical choice. Treat everyone as equals. This means letting go of all the prejudice and partiality. See people for who they really are, not their jobs, not their apparels or bank accounts. If everyone does this, then the world would be a better place. Love yourself. You cannot give what you don't have. So, before you try to love other people, love yourself first. Forgive. We all make mistakes. So, whether it's a family or a stranger, the best way of showing love is forgiveness. Everyone deserves a second chance. Show compassion. Care for other people. Care for what they are going through. Do what you can to help. Give back to the community. Remember that a single drop of water can cause countless ripples. That donation, no matter how small, can inspire others to do the same. Smile, even to strangers. Remember that you're never fully dressed without a smile. So, do not underestimate the power of a smile. Not only does it lighten up your face, it will also brighten up another person's day. Be the spark of positivity you want to see. When you smile, the whole world smiles with you. This message is brought to you by Today 95.1 FM, the voice of the people.
This is a song. I hate poverty. Oh, yeah. I hate poverty. Try. Money is good. You know, when you have money and someone says he's hungry, you don't speak too much English. You just do the needful. That's how big men behave. Someone just comes to you and says he's hungry. You don't speak too much English. You just do the needful. What is the needful? Buy food for the person. That's how big men behave. It's not grammar. Somebody came to visit you. You are now speaking big English, giving the person story that they did not send you. How they want to impeach Fubara. How do you even see the political situation until the person is hungry? Give the person food now. Leave talk. How do you know stingy people? They'll be giving you gist. Oh, you came to visit them, they will not give you food. They'll be giving you gist. Mama, don't live that kind of life in this 2026. So. If you claim you're a big man, you are an Odogu, why would we not have a transformer on our streets? You say you're Odogu, your own Odogu now for where now? Now to come the oppressors. How Odogu they take show himself? Transformer goes bad. You call the people who sell transformer. Who will go just there like this? Don't see motor, don't carry transformer. They just bring the something out. Tomorrow they start installing it. The next thing you just call PhD. Come on, give my people light now. What's wrong with you? You see light. Everybody is shouting, "Yay, Odogu man, Odogu." Your own, if you're Odogu, light transformer don't spoil. You go buy big generator, keep for your house. Which kind of Odogu? If you fake Odogu. Odogu, we know they show working. Which kind of Odogu be that one? Your own not to go the oppress people for streets. Oh, guys, stop that kind of life, Change. All right, what's on your mind? Join us. Join the conversation. When you're coming back as Odogu, you just be carrying water, polythene bag filled with goodies. Just be giving people. That is Odogu. You put a tap in front of your house so that people can fetch free water. That's the real Odogu. Odogu no be to come the show body. They show body. Nothing come out. Which kind of Odogu be that one now? All right, let's take calls. Good evening.
Max, good evening.
Doc, welcome, sir.
Max, I good evening. I still have to laugh. One, this KK boss, we keep warning them. One just bashed my car this afternoon.
Chai, sorry.
Eventually, when I took the car for repair, you know how much he told me?
How much?
150.
Chai.
The bad boss told me 150. I called the guy. I said, you see, when we tell you KK bus driver have patience, they don't ever have patience. And the guy does not have anything. That is the truth. Maxwell, Odogugudo. I just passed one street for Rumibo now. Okay. Oromopota. It's a house. It's a house where NDDC representative of River State debuted, Maxwell.
I've gone there severally.
You don't see the new one now.
The house no be here.
That's you see why some people they follow some people. No matter how they talk, they still tell them yes, I will go follow them. I now remember the proverbial adage that the dog knows why he's following a man that has a protruded abdomen. If he doesn't commit, he will defecate. It's just very obvious. Well, Mark, however, money is good. But let's look for it in a good way. No go enter Supreme Court because you want money. No go enter something where you go regret for your life. Because see, when Bible talks about good name and all that and all that and all that, and ill-gotten wealth, no matter how it is good to be Odogu, but let's try as much as possible to get this money clean. Thank you, Maxwell.
Thank you, Doc. Yes. Good evening, guy.
Hello, Maxwell.
Yes, sir. Good evening.
Good evening. Hello.
Welcome, sir. We can hear you, sir.
Yes. My worry or my concern today is the way the political landscape, what do I call it now, is going in Rivers State. The thing is giving me, my tummy is paining me. It's really paining me. Why can't we have peace in this part of this Nigeria? Are we different from other states? The thing is really giving me, my tummy is paining me. It's rumbling. That's my take this evening.
Thank you, sir. Yes, good evening. Will I say they prepare dinner for Oga? Oga, you know, invite us.
Good evening.
Yes, go ahead, sir.
Look, Maxwell, what is on my mind? Look, Maxwell, I pondered a lot about what I'm going to share this evening. Why? Because of the attitude of the present crop of politicians, particularly in Rivers State. As if Rivers State is dead because of them. Not as well. And so, even in primary, secondary, even up to I put myself up to the mind. There are names that ring there. When you talk about our believers, they are good seeds, they are good wolves, they are ways, they get a speech in the home front. That Padre will be one. Asher Momashi. Look him up for their names are associated with they were sent when they were living. Their names taken Thursday.
Robbie Maja.
Yes.
Your line is breaking, so we can get you. Is it possible to cut and call back?
Can you hear me?
Go ahead, let's see how it goes.
Is it breaking? I can hear you.
It's still breaking. Still breaking. Yes, good evening.
Evening.
Yes, sir.
Mark.
Peter
from Oyibo, yes. Somebody was described as a political creator, that he is his political creator. You know the ruler in the Bible. He said, the voice of God and not the voice of man. God was very angry with them. For a man to place himself in the position of Almighty God. What did the Bible? The Bible said that God, it was God that killed him. Man God ate him. He was alive like this. He was sitting on top of his big chair, rolling. The people were shouting, the voice of God and not of man. And he took it. God became annoyed and he slew them. Do you know that God can take away the life of a man who thinks that the children of God will not rise on earth. Is it not possible? Very possible. So let us see where it may go. Where some worthy sons of this state will come on air, say, he's my political creator. He's my godfather. I am his God's son. Peter from Oyibo. Thank you.
But the issue of godfather, godson, is it a bad thing? We've had people who say, that's my godfather, as in, when they, I think in a certain belief system, when they consecrate the person, when they baptize the person, they say, this is your godfather, I don't know, or godmother or something. And then you hear people, even when they grow up, they say, I'm going to see my godfather. Something like that. I don't know. Some people practice it. Yes, good evening.
Maxwell.
Yes, please, go ahead.
Maxwell, good evening.
Go ahead, sir.
Yeah, Maxwell.
Sir?
Say, but people say they need to tell a blind man, a deaf man, say, war, don't start. When he sees the movement, he's going to know how to position himself. Maxwell, what is happening in Rivers State politically? Like the APC Congress, they don't for Rivers State, they don't shift them indefinitely. APC, Rivers State no follow for APC Congress. The last time, I think they had a meeting, was it the governors, APC governors or something? I think that was last week, and our governor was not there. Well, I was not there. They come attribute and to say that his birthday, maybe he's resting, which I didn't see from that direction. Maxwell, the truth is this, that a lot is happening on that ground. And the center is playing serious politics with the Rivers State. And anybody that is thinking that Tinubu will trade weak for anybody, that person is dreaming, very big dream. Because as far as where Tinubu is concerned, what he's looking out for is what we give him. Anything, whatever it is that we give him 2027, it doesn't matter where it's coming from. He is not holding tight to Wike because he loves Wike that seriously, but because Wike is giving him that impression, things to make him believe that he has the capacity to deliver him. Now, my concern becomes our governor who lost so much. Okay, if this Congress, if they begin, this thing goes on to maybe when it gets to the state level, when and everything goes on like this, what would be the place of our governor that are defected to APC, that is an APC governor? Maxwell, truly, I don't know what to say again concerning our governor and that his attitude to politics.
Hello, Dede Henry. Oh, your line just went off. I'm so sorry, sir. Please, can you call back? I'll appreciate it. Yes, good evening.
Hello, good evening.
Yes, please. Go ahead, sir.
I want to ask if there are elders or leaders of thought in Rivers State of river extraction. All the elders, political tradition, religious leaders are keep mount over the crisis that governs River State. They should know that the war they have been planning either to unleash on the masses is an event that blows no one any good. Because of financial inducement, monetization, they decided to take side at the expense of the development, the progress, the growth of their own state. These states have made them who they are. But because of one man in 2015, he has crippled River State because of his selfish interest. I know the chess game that is playing. If both the leader of APC and PDP is going to produce two governorship candidates, one for the APC, led by the one in his camp, is it Kocha, and the one from PDP. Anytime APC use, if they work against him, they will use the court or the Supreme Court to move that of APC to install that of PDP.
just like APC are playing chess game.
This mathematics now, where did you arrange it from?
I'm a political scientist.
Political scientist?
A political analyst.
Okay.
An observer. So one of them, I have been thinking about it, but one of his members, one of his person in his camp, he has already told me that they are not happy with Fubara, that they wanted to use River State against Tinubu. But he defected to APC without acknowledging their leader, Wiki. So I know what they are planning. If we foresee the future.
Thank you, sir.
When we form APC, we know what is inside and we know what is inside. For presidency, Mr. Tinubu is a gunner. Let them find the electoral deal, let them delay. Whatever they are planning. Because 2027 is going to be greatly internationalized. What happened in 2015? The act of international committee are on Nigeria. Don't mind what Tinubu is doing. Let me tell you, I'm a founding member of APC. In 2016, Trump accused APC under Buhari that they sponsor Hillary Clinton campaign in the US. So you're going to pay back APC in 2027. George Washington, thank you very much.
Okay. Please, let me ask this question. Medicine. We have seen a lot of things they develop from medicine. Geography, of course, tells us about the weather. You know when to fly, when not to fly. And other physics, computer systems, atomic physics and all that. So these different produces. What is politics producing? Agriculture produce, Gary. Food will go chop. Information technology, we are using software there. What in politics they produce? Not gonna tell me where would they use? Good evening. Hello, good evening.
Yes, good evening.
Yes, Robin Majo.
Yes, you asked the question before to my conclusion of the politics producing. When a doctor called, he told you passed through a place, and he said you've been there. I said, "Belly now, gigantic house somewhere." Is that what politics produces? That is what he produces for them. See for them now. They collect this money, share it, and that's why nobody exists before them. That's by the way. To conclude the line of my thought as what is on my mind, I mentioned some few names. Until today, those names are ringing there. As we speak today, the Emperor of Trump, whenever he appears, he stands tall in tomorrow. He left the military almost in January. And because of his charisma, his size, his level, his thinking, how he expanded America State to be what it is, the old River State. He's a revered man. But the question I want to ask, the names I have mentioned, some of the names I have mentioned, like the Awolowo, the Azikiwe, can you tell me, Lucky Maxwell, those who are listening to the sound of that, where is the son of Azikiwe? Where is the son of Awolowo? And the rest of them have mentioned their names. It's still okay who did so much this time. Where are their sons? Can't people think about history and nature? That today, human beings, they are running amok in justice as if they own the world, as if they created themselves. People from Sarampa, who saw tomorrow, has never arrogated to himself the kind of impunity being paraded by his test. Even their followers, are they thinking? Do they know and realize that life is valid? Do they know that you can sleep and you don't wake up tomorrow? Why should everything about life be about politics? You don't think about people go to farm, how they are being chased on farm, how the land are golden food, how insecurity, how we don't have infrastructure in rural areas, no good roads, no life. You see today in River, there are communities with electricity. People are saying, I'm not have election. I am worried. Thank you, Besama.
Yes, good evening.
Hello, good evening.
Yes, go ahead.
I come back. My candid advice to Rivers people is, one, they should better do away with any candidate that's going to come out from the camp of Wike. Even this Fubara, they should vote him out. If they prevent your voting in, that political enmity confrontation will still be there because Wike will still have that mentality that he was the one that brought him to political limelight. For them to witness peace, stability, progress, and development, they should better do away with these two people, and the House Assembly members. If they really mean well for themselves, there are three people that Wike will never forgive in his political lifetime. One, Rotimi Amechi. Secondly, Tambua. Thirdly, Fubara. You have said it. You said that.
Where did you get? Was it the conversation you had with him yesterday?
Leave it.
And I go drink palm wine. And I go drink palm wine with Odeku. He was now giving you all this gist.
You know the minister of was Dave Mai. You say he's a professor in practice.
You're a professor in what?
So I'm also a professor in politics.
Hey, well.
So,
but how would you know that somebody will not? How do you know that somebody has not forgiven somebody? You can't tell people's mind now.
How long has it taken?
These people might be drinking palm wine and Odeku together. Don't kill yourself.
They are not.
Mm.
Peace. The cancellation doesn't hit him.
All these things, don't you think it's drama? But thank you.
It's not drama.
All right. Thank you. You can't stay and say, oh, this one will not forgive this. This one will do like this. This one will do like this. What if they all go in the night? They go and say, oh boy, bring 10 bottles. Maybe we arrange ourselves. You get peppered meat there. Bring. Madam, I tell you, make you do issue now. I tell you, say my governor, they come. You might be shocked too. The person you say is fighting the governor. I tell you, say my governor, they come. You know, do issue. Mona arrange issue. Make we chop. Where that red wine, make we use and mix with this Odeku. Govo, you drink this one, Abi. I bet make we enjoy ourselves. Leave those people. Tomorrow, which character will go act again? We don't act scene 1. This scene now. We'll go to scene 2. Abi. Scene 2, Abi. Give me the book. Waiting scene 2 talk. No. Me, I go do interview. I go talk like this. You no go respond. You go just keep quiet. Bring meat first, make we chop before we talk that one. You might not know, so leave this matter. Yes, good evening.
My number one radio presenter. Yes, good evening. I always say you 001 very soon.
I beg you.
So that make you not say please.
I beg you.
Yes. Mother, your parents go to school.
All right.
You ask questions what politics they produce. Politics they produce strong men.
All right.
Yesterday, I asked one of my friends. I see him now. After I go to blame Wike, me I know they blame Wike again because on a set follow for this problem. The man when make you employ you. Now that man I drop you. Now if you go here to share, you don't go here they call the chef 2,000, 5,000 for now. The how we get now see we. I know follow when I say we. The people. Ask my friend, a man wants you from work. Now don't gather now. When I go gather one place, people they talk say God don't give them access to a place where they other construction. And if you no go there, you come back now they happy. And I never know tonight. I was telling my friend, day for yesterday. I'm telling you gospel truth. So what if politics they produce? Now strong men and men where they oppress others.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you, my man.
Yes, good evening. What's on your mind?
Yeah,
welcome, sir.
I'm okay. I'm coming from St. John's.
All right, sir.
Yeah, I'm worried about my state, River State, the political imbroglio, man. I want to take a cue from the governor's adage that when a dog does not understand, it barks. Now, does this dog still understand? And if it doesn't understand, at what point will it start barking? Because, even barking from a dog, even if it repels criminals. I mean, how can somebody, you're in that situation, you talk that thing that former governor thought the police will invite you, that you forcibly break a state government asset And you can see how the government officials are now to say, we are innovating the place. Is that how a government should operate? When somebody is trying to overrun a government, one man, government is people-oriented, for the people. You and I, not for anybody. For somebody to, talk that on the government, a sitting government, I mean, it's an aberration. And at what point will the DSS police call this person to order? Okay, what if you go there to possibly break the place? The people will come to resist. Is that not pandemonium? So how are we living dangerously like this? The more they push, if the government does not respond like for like, they will still push. There are some people you just ignore them. They will say, let me leave this person. But this kind of person, if you ignore him, he does even worse. So if I'm the governor of the state, look at what I will do. Immediately somebody talk that kind of thing, I will declare the person, I will just come out and bring executive order. If you scatter any government asset, we declare you wanted dead or alive. Scatter your properties, revoke your properties. Finish. Make everything have to be peaceful for people.
Thank you.
So the governor should start acting. If it cannot act,
thank you.
The deputy governor, the lady, I don't think the lady will be this week.
All right. Thank you very much. Spoke one big English, said pandemonium. English. Let's take this voice note.
My name is Wasi from Urmabari. What is in my mind today is about this Uboguru road. I don't know, is that how they're going to abandon that road till next election? Because I thought our governor said when he came back, he met up to 600 billion. Then where is the money? What are they doing with the money? Or is the money just meant to be in the bank? I don't understand. As in, let them do something now. We don't care about their fighting or whatever. Let them just work for us. They can keep fighting till Jesus Christ come. What we care is good governance. Let them work for us. That road is bad. As in, that road is very, very bad. And we hear that they are commissioning here. Then what happened to this? What is wrong with this? Let them come and work complete through for us, I beg. If they want to fight, let them continue fighting. Thank you.
All right. Yes, good evening.
Hello.
Yes, sir, go ahead.
God bless you, my beloved brother. My name
Yes,
is
sir.
Irene Samson. I'm calling from the city of Agua Udu and the Mago Kubo clan. My beloved brother, so many things on my mind right now because as I talk to you, I'm from this state. And I do go across the 23 AJ because I'm one person who normally visits nearby local government. You know what I find that almost 70% of our youth, they are just there in different LGs doing nothing. Just they are only answering, how will I put it, going an errand in different politicians. We are just there, only little of us that you find going to farm, doing one or two things. There is no skill acquisition across our local government. There is no industry to engage our vibrant youth. That is why sometimes you find our youth in the bus stops. The highest thing that you could find our youth, security. And I'm not happy with it. But do you know what our politicians, the one that we elect, go there and do good things for us, elect good laws that will ensure that we bring policies that we ensure that engages our vibrant youth. Rather, do you know what they are bringing to us? Politics. They are just there playing politics. But they receive money every month. Where is the industry? For the past 8 years, someone governed this state with free hand, with all authority was there in charge.
Thank you, sir.
My beloved brother, but come to my clan where I come from, more especially my village. We have no light for decades. No good health care, no police station, nothing. I ask again, okay, let me come for the stadium that I've been clamoring for a very long time. We have the Kia Messi Stadium, we have CD Center, we have a Lekoya Stadium. At
Thank
least
you.
one of those matches, if I could
thank you
remember
very
when I
much,
was growing young, my beloved brother, River State was hosting one of the international events. But when do we host anything called international events? Our
Thank you
players,
very much.
Rivers United, where are we playing
All
our
right.
own team? Cross
It's all
River
right.
State,
Thank you, sir. We
which
have
is
to
not
go now.
welcome with me. My beloved brother, what I am driving to, Adoke Amesi Maka Stadium, is We innovate him.
Thank
Why
you.
is it that we want to make it
All right, sir. We're out of time, so we can go. It's okay. Eh? Okay. NS says, hi, Max. My concern is the silence from all the PDP governors that moved to APC because of Wike. Now that they're in the APC, none of them could talk to stand for Governor Fubara. They all kept silent as if nothing happened. That's my concern. All right. Maxwell, a good father prays, let my son achieve more and better than myself. However, and unfortunately to God here, by his body language vows, my son should be frustrated by all means not to succeed. What an irony of life. That's what's on my mind. Kanu, thank you. What's on my mind is the unusual calmness of Governor Fubara in the face of many challenges. When a governor becomes too quiet, his government suffers grave humiliation. The governor's office is exalted and respected. It entails a lot of courage and aggressiveness to deal with tough times. Government House is not a church where good people are trained. Governor Sim should rise up and take full charge of the state. Enough of this humble and righteous disposition. There is fire on the mountain. Only a tree would stand when it's about to be cut down. His silence and inaction could be mistaken for cowardice or incapacity. Mr. Lucky. So why would you now equate it with church? Say church is Government House is not a church where this thing. Okay, Flathead says a flooded road with dark green water opposite New Mile 1 Market. Does the governor not see it? It is a pity. To answer your question, politics produces government. This kind of government we will get for Nigeria. The lady that was bitten by a snake and who is now late. Are you not surprised that no government official is talking about it? It's the citizens that are talking about it. No government official is talking about it. Does that not surprise you? All right, we'll take a short break and then we'll come back for the main meal. Stay with us, don't go anywhere.
Today's news in 60.
The federal government has signed an agreement with South Korea to establish an electric vehicle (EV) manufacturing plant and develop critical charging infrastructure across the country. The Center for the Promotion of Private Enterprise (CPPE) has urged the federal government to prioritize the establishment of a national farm price stabilization and farmer income protection framework as a critical step toward achieving sustainable food security in Nigeria. The Nigeria stock market has closed the first month of the year, 2026, with over 6.7 trillion naira capital gain, just as oil prices witnessed a surge last week to about $71.01 per barrel. The Nigeria Employers Consultative Association, NECA, has raised alarm over the renewed enforcement by the National Agency for Food and Drug Administration and Control, NAFDAC, of a ban on the production and sale of alcoholic beverages in sachets and small PET bottles, describing the move as a serious regulatory misstep with far-reaching economic and governance consequences. And on the foreign scene, gold and silver prices have continued to fall after a dramatic reversal of a rally that had pushed precious metals to record highs.
Today's news in 60. In 60.
On this day in history. On this day in history. On this day in history.
Today in history, 2nd February. In 1943, the Battle of Stalingrad ended with the surrender of the German 6th Army, a major victory for the Soviet Union. In 1971, Idi Amin declared himself president of Uganda and for the next 8 years headed a regime that was noted for its brutality. In 1990, South African President F.W. de Klerk lifted the 30-year ban on the African National Congress, resulting in the release from prison of Nelson Mandela and marking the beginning of the end of apartheid. In 1992, Václav Havel became the first president of the independent Czech Republic after the peaceful dissolution of Czechoslovakia. And in 2003, a powerful explosion devastated a bank and adjacent residential blocks in Lagos Island, resulting in dozens of deaths and many more injuries. The blast destroyed property and prompted chaos as residents struggled to rescue trapped victims.
On this day in history. On this day in history. On this day in history.
Say no to the ordinary. Embrace the extraordinary, because we are the voice of the people. Voice of the people. Today, 95.1 FM.
Today, 95.1 FM.
The station with the...
As the voice of the people, we make sure that no one misses out. On Today 95.1 FM, there's something for everyone.
Our tech show, because tech is new money. Our kids show, because we love the little ones.
Our gospelration, because it's the moment of truth. Our high life show, because high life is vintage.
Our sports show with the adrenaline. Our midnight show, because we care about your love life.
Our nostalgia drive, because old is gold. Our show for young people, because Gen Z code is on.
Our pidgin bit, because na Naija we dey. Our book review, because books are a mirror. Our big stories, because big things only.
Our health shows with seasoned health experts, because we care that you're healthy. Our eyewitness report, because we want to hear from you. Our reggae show, because Rastafari.
One love.
95.1 FM, voice of the people.
And we're back.
Welcome to Area Talk. All right, good evening. Want to especially thank you for always listening, for always tuning in. It's not, it's, how do I put it now? I just want to say thank you. Just thank you for always listening. And we have to be grateful. If we're talking and no one is listening, who would they talk to now? And that's why you always hear me advocate, you need to respect the people. Everything falls down to back to you. Even if you're doing evil, it is people that will still support you. So you need people in everything you're doing. You can't stay in a room just all alone. You have TV, you have everything, all the kind of food you need in this world. Nobody with you. Yeah, it will be boring now. How do you watch match alone? Can you watch a football match alone? You know, go sweet now. You need people around you. So please, treat people around you well. Value people around you, especially when you have good people around you. I always tell those who care to listen, no matter how highly placed you are, you need valuable people around you. You need people who are reliable. I don't usually use trust when it comes to human beings, because human beings can, but I can use reliable. When you have reliable people around you, please value them and do them well. Because every man needs somebody. You might think you don't need people. You go need people, though. No matter how much you have and you want to do occasion, you know go need people. Your money go carry, develop leg, go bring band. Your money will develop leg, go and bring food. No, you need people, and you need reliable people. So you send this one, help me do this. This one, help me. Yes, you give them money, isn't it? But they need to run around to ensure that the place is set, and then by the time you come, everywhere is set. They can still carry the money and run away. Not you go. How many people got arrested? You got arrested. This one don't reach Ghana. This one don't reach Sierra Leone. Carry your money run. So you need people. Always value people, especially when you have valuable people, reliable people around you. Value them and treat them well. Treat them well. That's my message. Oh, if you like, you say this. That's my message. You can't take it away from me. Everybody has his own message. This is my own message. Treat people well. That is my own message. Whether you're small, middle class, you are big, treat people well. Having said that, it seems as though the issue of land grabbing, we thought it had subsided a little bit, but it seems as though it is increasing by the day. Sometimes we see it between people who are of equal strength, financial strength. Then sometimes we also see it between people who are not of equal strength financially. One is up there, has some connection. This one is down here. There are people who probably saved. They saved one naira, put together, they bought a property, and it was grabbed. I usually ask, why is it that people who claim, they came with court judgments and all that, they usually come with police, even though the police have said, in fact, Egbetokun said it, that the police shouldn't be involved in civil matters. That's what the police said. That's what Kayode Egbetokun said. And land issue is a civil matter. Now, let us also trace it back to the Ministry of Lands and Housing. How can we solve this problem from that end? I mean, the land is held in trust by the governor. I heard someone was quoting, right? People go on Facebook and they write anyhow. They don't even know what they're writing. Say the owner of the land is the state government. He was writing something pertaining to the issue Soludo was having with the Onitsha main market people. Say the state government is the owner of the land. It's not the owner of the land. The land is held in trust for purpose of administration. If the government wants to acquire that property, they have to pay compensation. But because we're in Nigeria, is it possible for them to take it by force? Yes, we have seen it happen. Where government with, depending on the government or depending on who is leading the government. Because when we say government, there must be a leader per time. So it depends on who is leading the government. If it's someone who knows the law and obeys the law, he will do the right thing. The land is held in trust for purpose of administration so that people don't fight, so that people don't kill themselves. When you want to purchase a land, there are legal means to go about it. And that's where the judiciary also comes in. When there's dispute, and then there's a court judgment, do people obey court judgments again in this present generation? Do people still respect the pronouncement from the judiciary? That's another issue. Then what is also the police doing when it comes to land dispute? You see the police come in. What are they coming to do? Maybe one person will even carry 2 or 3 bullion van of police. What's the person doing? Or the other person will also carry police, and then you see clash. Hardly will a week go without us reading in our news that there's a case of land grabbing either here or there, or this community versus this community. Some might be even a follow-up of what has happened before, then a follow-up. This party will now come and say, no, my elder brother did not sell the land to him. It is the oldest man in the family that sold the land. And that oldest man in the family, you now start hearing all manner of narrative. The oldest man in the family does not belong to our main family. In fact, he is not the rightful son of our great-grandfather who died since how many years ago. He was just a friend, and they gave him one piece of land to farm. He now encroached and encroached and encroached and encroached. Now he has grabbed all of them. You hear all manner of narratives. Then when you also, if probably you want to give your properties to someone, or you want to borrow money from someone, if you happen to use your property as collateral, do you usually tell if it's the man who is doing it, do you usually tell your wife, your children, that I use this property as collateral, I collected so amount? If the children now want to pay back the money, in cases where the man is late, the person who borrowed the money, who gave the man the money, will the person now request and say, no, I will not take the money, it's the property I will take, when the children want to even give refund the money? What are the legal procedures, and how can we, within our communities, apart from the legal procedures, how can we within our communities sort out this matter so that we can have peace? when it comes to land matters. And I'll share a story. Of course, you might have heard, but I want us to expand this conversation so that the lawyer in the studio can, of course, give answers to this issue. You know about the 70-year-old woman, Veronica, who accused a certain man, who is a bishop, along Ihediahoma Street, Maitudiobu, that the man conspired with Romanus. You know, the name sounds very funny, Romanus. Romanus. You know, there are funny names in those days. Tedus, Romanus, Linus. You know, there are some, I don't know if people see answer those names. This Gen Alphas, they don't answer those names again. Yeah, Romanus. To forcefully take over her late husband. Now, see the issue. Her late husband. And some of these issues come up when the primary person is late. Her late husband property along Emole Street, Maitudiobu. Now, according to the story that we have here, the woman claimed that the bishop made multiple attempts to seize the property, including allegedly forging a fake court judgment and execution order. What was the court judgment all about? What happened that a court judgment now had to emanate? If the bishop claimed that he bought the property, there should have been document, isn't it? He should have probably taken over his property, isn't it? What really transpired between the late man, the late Wanko, and the bishop? Now, this whole issue led to the deroofing of her current residence. The daughter of this woman, 70-year-old woman, Favor Jacob, also spoke that their father, Benedict Wanko, never at any time sold the land to the bishop, and that they were shocked, according to them, when he allegedly invaded the property with security personnel and court documents demanding that they vacate the land. They are now calling on Governor Simfubara. You know, everybody is always calling on Governor Simfubara. Sometimes they will call on President Tinubu. I say sometimes President Tinubu will be in France. You hear people say, we are calling on President Tinubu. And the man there, France. So even when in the Abuja, they hear you. Is it when he's in France, he will not hear you. They say they are calling on Governor Sim. Governor Sim, where they try to balance to come and intervene. They are also calling on security agencies to intervene. But look at our society. How can we, within our own self, do things in such a way that it does not backfire tomorrow? For men who are listening, even for the women who are listening, you know, after this story, there's another story of another woman with her own children having issues about properties, but that's not what we're going into. This is the main focus. Now let's just take a listen.
He said their father collect money for your hand. He asked and say how much she collect. He said 2.5 million. My daughter said that he will refund them the money back. Make it just leave all about you here. As my brother tell him all this is. So Romanus will say no, that he will not collect the money. He buy here. So for what? My daughter said no. How that kind of thing will happen? That he more than my old woman. Where will we go to say? The flow they do what we hear be say we know the big group of people come here. Scatter
He came to this place while we saw him. Even my youngest was asking, what are you doing here? Because we know that his work is to grab people's land and people's house. So we saw him, we said, this house is not for sale. He said, that is our business. We saw another person again called Bishop Bright Ambrose. Also Bishop Bright Ambrose. He came and said he's the owner of this place. We told him that this place is not for sale. This is the only property that is kept by my mother. I'm calling on the River State government. Please, they should call up our aid. They should come and help us.
Now, let's also hear from the pastor who spoke through his personal assistant, Pastor Monday Amadi.
That was a property my father bought at Emole, close to Assemblies of God, 2018. That property was bought through a lawyer in a partnership with an agent. And at the cost of this matter, because the bishop then is not willing to develop the property at that moment, there was no money. Then you allowed them to stay a while. So after almost 4 years interval, they wanted to develop the property. The people also pleaded. On the course of that, they started fighting him, denying that it was a borrowed money that they borrowed them. That it was not, they did not purchase the properties.
Barrister Victor Rocco is joining us on the program. Barrister, good to have you.
Yes.
I'm sure you've listened to both arguments, and probably from what we have here, we might not have the full story, but maybe if we would look for a way to see how we can reach out to the family and also hear a full story, probably also reach out to the bishop to also hear the full story. Was it that the late one collected money from him? Because from what they are saying, that from what they heard from Bishop said he collected 2.5 million. They now said they are going to refund the money. Bishop now said no, that is property. Was it that the man actually used the property as collateral and probably didn't inform the children? Was there a document? I want us to look at it holistically. If if he bought the property from the late Wanko, are there documents? Was it that nobody knew that he had bought so property? Because some people buy a property and then they will not come on the property, they will just stay wherever they are. Then years later, they will now come and say, this is my property. And I say, I will not know you. Now these people they stay here since so. Whereas truly he had bought the property and probably there are documents. Or maybe in some cases, when Wanko sold the property, in quote, I'm just assuming, or took the money from Bishop, and I said, okay, let me use this as collateral, but allow my people stay here. Maybe along the line, Wanko is now late, and Bishop said, okay, I want to come and take the property. Was it that the children and the wife was not aware? Let's look at it from all angles.
Okay, I think with respect to what you've said, from the story we've had, the best thing that can direct the minds of everyone is the document itself. Though we are aware that documents can be forged, sometimes not perfectly, but there are ways to also, make findings. You understand? So 2019 was not the 4 years. It's not far. There may have been transactions, text messages, and so on. I'm not an open up. You understand? So when you forge things like that, I'm not saying it was forged. I'm not saying I don't know whether it was a mortgage transaction. I don't know whether it was a pledge, which is redeemable anytime. Okay. Yeah, even a mortgage, it's just a creation of interest. You can't sell. That's the mortgagee, you who borrowed the money. Though you are living on the line, you can't sell. The mortgagor, sorry. Then the mortgagee, the person that borrowed you the money, you understand, has interest. At that time, there is a dual balanced interest. When you pay, you collect your money. You pay the principal sum, the interest. Then you collect back your money. I'm trying to use a language that everybody will understand. So, with respect to this, the law is here from the other side. We've heard from the woman, we also heard from the man. But document will speak more. And other activities. That's why I tell people, notwithstanding what the charges will be, when you sell your landed property, whether tax or what, as you are transferring your property, don't pay. Somebody came recently, I want to go and pay cash. How much? 1.2. I said, you know, guess it. It's okay, I will give it to a POS person. The POS person will transfer. I say, get sense again.
Okay, the person wanted to pay for a property.
Yes. He called me. He wanted to complete the payment to about 2.5. So I wanted to pay 1.2. Say, I'll give him to POS. I said, what are you doing? Don't you have a bank account? He said, I said, where are you taking this money from? Where you don't have bank account. So I've been the saver. I said, no, when you do these things, even if there is a change of bank or merger, you still see it. Those in the Intercontinental Bank, if you go there, you still see some of those things. Just put land transaction, it helps.
Okay.
You understand? Because anybody can forge documents. Some people do it, some bad people do it. You understand? Like today, somebody forged document. I saw it, I kept quiet. He served me the document. I kept quiet, I raised it today before him. If forger, no forger where. You understand? Dates and other things were conflicting. It was horridly done. So people do all of these things. But so you need other corroborations, other supporting evidence or facts to strengthen your position. So with respect to this issue, I can't say Mr. A, SYZ, but let them produce the document. Well, you can also, even if at that, you can, yes, will you say they are tenants? Will you say they are tenants? Will you say they are tenants? No. Yes, if you allow them within that period, they become a tenant at will, of which you now drive them with in line with the law. So we don't know what procedure they took to drive them. If I buy your property, or you buy my property, and maybe I stay there, you say, okay, stay here, they watch out for me, possibly because of the gentleman face, and anything happens, Mr. A is no more. Mr. A is no more. And the wives now say, no, it was not like the document will speak.
Okay.
But I know where good relationship exists, the man ought to let the wife know that this look or the children, there are some cases the man will just do it, swallow it. You understand what I'm saying? So if it is outright sale, from thus said the Lord to the actualization of what the Lord has said, there may be extension from 400 years to 430 years, children of Israel. Things must have happened. The man must have shown some act of ownership reasonably over a time.
Okay, over the time.
Yes.
That's since 2018.
If he has not, then there are things we look. That doesn't mean if he has good title. The issue is title. If you have good title, it doesn't matter. You don't need to, except you want to sympathize. My own and my own. Ownership is ownership. Ownership is second to nothing.
Let's look at this. If, for instance, someone wants to borrow money, I'm just taking an excerpt from what we heard from someone, and the person has a property and says, give me so amount of money. And then the person uses a particular property as collateral. What does that mean? And if eventually the person who borrowed the money is no more, and the children now want to pay back the money, can the other man say, no, I don't want the money again? What I want is the property the person used as collateral.
Once it is mortgage, you have a period of redemption. What redemption means, that's a period within which you pay back. Now, if it's a pledge like the one that they do for Ogonifana Place, you pledge the land, it's redeemable at any time. You understand? Pledge cannot pass on once if that pledge, the property. I think when it comes to pledge, you take the property yourself. You can be farming on the land, benefiting from it, eating the proceeds until he pays the money. And when it comes to pledge, most times no interest.
Because you're benefiting something. The interest is what you're
just
getting.
Like that. Most times. Now, sometimes when you go back to take it after 20 years, that money is supposed to multiply. But you must have also used the land somehow. Now, when it comes to mortgage, there is always an interest.
Okay.
You understand? There is also a very thick window for you to redeem your property. Let's say, for instance, that I'm supposed to redeem that money within 31st of January. And it crosses the 31st of January 2026. I've defaulted. He who comes to equity must come with clean hands. I borrowed money from you and mortgaged my property, my house. So I'm supposed to redeem the debt, the period of redemption. That's I'm supposed to pay back those debts and collect my document, whether legal or equity. Legal is when the document is transferred. Equity is even if there was no document. Equity follows the law, So when such a situation occurs, of course, if I'm in the property, you can't just enter like that. You have to demand, you have to notify me, and where I refuse, if I'm a gentleman, I can let go. But where I refuse, then you go to court. You don't use any force to step in. The law does not support force. Again, where issues always occur. I'm to pay back 1.5 million for maybe 1.2 million I borrowed from you, 300, and I'm to pay back within a certain period. The property is valued for 4 million. If you want to take it, you don't just take the property. It's not a sale.
Okay.
You understand? We have a balanced interest. You go back to the property. You sell the property, and you take what belongs to you and give me the balance.
You don't take the property in place of the money the person...
Mortgage is not necessarily a transfer. It's not necessarily a sale.
Because we have seen cases. I've seen cases where somebody took money and then used the property as collateral, and then the person couldn't pay. And the people who borrowed them, not bank now, you know, all these people probably in the village.
Those are normal money lenders.
That they will take over the property.
At that point, now you look at the cost. You have a balanced interest in that property.
Don't banks also do it?
The banks do it. What the bank does, that's why they give you banks. If you use 10 million, go put collect 10 million for your house of 100 million. So they'll be giving you that, calling you, doing that. But if for any reason they want to liquidate that transaction because you have failed to pay for 2-3 years, you also have, and there is a balanced interest. You can say, no, this property is still open for this. This is the current value. You sell and pay them off and have your balance.
Okay.
Yes. It's not.
So they don't have the right to just come and take over the property.
No, they don't. They must. It's not easy like that. Ordinarily, when you look at the face of the law, you can go and take over the property because consideration must not be adequate. You've mortgaged it for a particular sum. You understand? Now, but if you can show further strength on valuation, that look, this my house surpasses the amount. That is, this house where I borrow, where I use borrow money, cost past the money. This house is valued 35, 40 million. And waiting at the OU, what I borrowed from you was 5 million. And it has grown to 17 million. So you allow me to sell it.
Okay.
You understand? You sell it, we sell it, both at that point, the mortgagee, that's the man who best will borrow you the money, can also put interest to say, I want to sell it all, we sell together.
Okay.
You understand?
So when they are paying the money, where would they pay the money into?
Of course.
If someone wants to buy the property.
Of course, at that point, if it's a legal mortgage, you on a special arrangement, you are supposed to pay to the mortgagee on a normal grounds.
That's the owner.
Legal mortgage. You've given him title and other things. The document is showing. So when you pay, if it is in excess, he pays. He returns. He returns the excess.
What if he does not return?
No, that's still.
Can't there be an arrangement where they'll pay the money into a separate account?
Amount to criminal conversion.
No, hold on. Can't there be an arrangement? This one is it borrowed 5 million.
This
is a bank
it's also possible.
Pay the money into a central account.
Pay the excesses.
Or the person who is buying the property now pays also amount into this person's account.
You can do all
everybody go their way.
Yes,
I collect the document, I move.
One can sign, one can transfer, the other witnesses for you.
Okay.
These are the things you meet in practice, but on the face of the law, it's not so. I've done a matter where we share the money into 8. They sold it 100 and something million to avoid problem. The law says 4 witnesses, but I made it. The law didn't say if your witnesses pass 4, that it's at least 4 witnesses. I added all of them that benefited as witnesses.
Okay.
Because that is what I was faced with in practice.
Okay.
So because everybody cannot, some people will. I said it's a lie. The key people will sign as money enter because hey, give to my own senior brother. He no go give me. If the money enter his account, you know, go give me. Make him sign, make my own share. Enter. The thing held on for like 6 months. And we entered into an understanding. Okay, how much is supposed to go to this? We'll shadow it so that we'll collect our own. I will share it accordingly. So some of these things, when you meet them in practice, is different from how you read it. You just apply the best measure in tandem with the law. But once you've mortgaged your property, you don't have right to sell that property anymore.
Okay.
Because there exists on that property mutual interest.
Okay.
You've created an interest of another person on that property. So sometimes the man takes your document, takes it completely, and the agreement is there. At that point, is a legal mortgage. And
what if the man takes the document in spite of the agreement that is on ground, and then later claims tomorrow that that property belongs to him, that you are his tenant?
No, you have the document.
That's what I'm saying. I say in spite of the document. You said in practice. We are looking in practice now. You took 5 million.
Yeah.
Your property is worth 100 million because at that time maybe Papa was sick or something. You needed that 5 million to treat. You say, bring. You now sign. Pim. 5 million. You took. Carry the whole document of the house. Gave it to the other person. The other person is a bad guy. He's not a good person.
And you are still in possession. Sometimes you do it without even being in possession. Maybe it's one of your tenant houses. You do that.
Exactly.
Yes.
Then years later, maybe 3, 4, 5, 8 years later, the man just come and say, who is staying here? He pretends as though there was no agreement ab initio. Say, this is my house. And then you say, this is the document. He goes to court. If you now go to, you now say, no, that's not what happened though. I only mortgaged the property. This is it. But court now say, but the document now in Holland now. He say, but look at this other one now.
Holding the document is not holding the document. The fact that you are holding my document is not a transfer of title. Mortgage on the face of it and in the procedure, the progression of it is not yet a transfer of title. There must be a completion stage.
Barrister, what you are speaking is it not English?
In real terms. You know what I'm saying? You went to court, the man. But if the man is using Ubuluba way, some another way, we are talking about something that yes, it happens. You need to fight it. You go to court.
Okay.
I don't do one. Thank God we settled.
Wait, complete deed
of conveyance.
You are transferring the
it.
So the person you are borrowing money from.
Bros, I say I do sign,
is that
witness.
Is that not an issue?
I told the man, but we recovered it with style. That's why I say when you meet it, my friend, I will not mention his name. He borrowed 8 million naira. He called me. Hey, it's my friend, personal friend. He was from client. We became very close friends. Very, very close. Hey, oh boy, come now. Come. I said, wait now. Come, just come. Come. As I came, he showed me a document. I said, is this not your property where are they manage? That is valued almost 200 million.
Okay, he didn't inform you earlier.
He didn't teach. I just saw the document. He said, sign. I know he's a businessman. I want to do one business. I don't already put 12 million. I want to do one business now. They need 8 million immediately. They want to give me. I said, you are selling your property for 8 million. And consideration must not be adequate. The fact that I sell the same property number 9 for 50 million does not mean Lucky Maxwell cannot sell his own for 10 million. Once there is consensus at the dem, that's the meeting of the minds. People agree.
Because sometimes you can just say, let me dash you this thing for 1 million.
The law respects
something like
your
that.
wishes. The wishes of the parties. So I tried to, he insisted. I was carrying another lawyer, I called him. I will not mention his name. Call him, he knows the man to build some relation. See this thing, he said, you're transfer. He forced me. I said, he said I should sign. I said, I should sign as witness. I signed. They transferred the money to him. First month, that money he was duped. This was a real story. First month passed. I asked how far. He was hiding it from. Second month passed. Third month, the people went to the property and served them quick notice. The man almost died. He called me. I said, give me 2 days. let me make research. I made research somewhere in the Evidence Act that notwithstanding whatever is contained in a document, if there is any act to show that parties never intended what is contained in that document, that act is relevant. I said, look for money and pay the first this thing. He paid. It was to pay 1.6 million. After 2 months, we were looking for money. I said, look for money, pay. When you are paying, caption, I will go to bank. Let me go write and save.
Because the money must have accumulated.
Yes, we are saying
interest.
Pay interest, so and so. We pay back to that account. They gave us another account. We insisted. We were paying as if we told them, give us 6 months, we will clear. Just like it was an antics. So by the time we were able to pay reasonably, we were still owing about 6 months. We now more sold. I said, pay principal liquidation. You understand? Pay the 8 million. A bank manager, his friend, borrowed him the 8 million. He paid, we target principal liquidation. I now met them.
I find bank manager who be my friend. Maybe
Wait,
borrow me money.
It was a funny story. We now met them face to face. When they said, I said, no, the money you were taking was for what? It was for what?
In this case now, because you were there to help.
That is it.
It might not be the case for another person.
That man would have lost his property and be saying some stories. So we had to use this thing for like 7 months. Antics. So when they surrendered, I said, no, it was a mortgage. You have your document, we have our own, you are receiving the money. So I said, no, we never intended this thing. That's why you were taking the money. You took the money for 7-8 months. You were taking 3, we were skipping, but you never asked questions. So what are you saying? We never intended it now. We never intended this document. We went to court and withdrew and settled. Finally, I told you, we have to say, okay, I count 4-5 million, give to them.
If not, you would have lost that property.
I said we went to value that property 180 million.
Try.
And you cannot apply the mortgage system to sell and pay them.
Because it was a full deed of conveyance. 12
blocks of flats, 2-bedroom, Ajip Estate.
Try.
Check out. So that was how we were able to come back. So the thing is, sometimes you see things in practice. Some people will do under how they put lawyer into tight situation. You can find where they will say lawyers a lie. They think. So the truth is that, my brother, if you want to do these transactions, yes, sometimes when it comes to life of your father, mother, and so on, make it plain.
Okay, make it plain.
Make it clear. We know the bad ones who come. If they come, there are also edges against them. The law has also provided edges. The only thing, just have the boldness. When you go to church and pray, you go to your juju too and do your incantation. Have the boldness to confront the issues in court. Okay. Try and pay your lawyer well. And try and supervise, not supervise though, try and know what your lawyer is doing. Because you have the basic facts.
So
if you cannot read, if you cannot read,
or parents too, who do some selling transaction without letting their children know, that's another issue.
That's not good. That's not good. Even though we have children who are obstinate, that's very stubborn, and may want to even kill their father or their mother. You understand? We've seen several matters. I've done a matter where I told the woman, go and say, come on, sell the property. Make your son come do that. The son told the mother to leave other judge and go to the village. Every day war. Every day. With the war, we don't collect letter of administration. With the war.
Let's take some calls. 0810-9510-951. Please join.
Just carefulness. Okay. That's what
Being careful.
Being careful. And have a lawyer as a friend so that if you don't have, lawyers should be able to cover you up. When you have to pay your lawyer, because that's the tomatoes the lawyer sells. That's the boutique the lawyer sells. You do him very well so that when he's clustered with so many cases, he attends to your own because he knows despite the friendship, something will fall out.
No. Yes, good evening.
Maxwell, good evening.
Welcome, sir.
Lawyer, I think barrister, I agree to agree. It's not vessel calling from Igwe.
Yes, sir.
I wanted to put a question to the barrister. I'm having issue because I was very small. My father sold almost 3 plots of land. And that place now, where my father sold this land, he sold it at either some is 3 naira, and some is 10 naira. And
is it in the 60s or 70s?
Huh?
Did he sell it in the 60s or 70s?
That land was about in the next either 60 something and 70s.
Okay.
So he put I saw in the box the paper that they write as an agreement in those days, and that place now the land is worth 2 million, 2 point something million, and I was preparing to go and claim the land and sell it back and give them their money. That was why I called her, because it is with my intention.
Let me just tell you quick.
Okay, hold on,
Don't try that. Your father has benefited. You don't know what 3 naira was when he sold it, and you don't know whether that was the money he used to secure your living up till now. Just go and find some 2 million naira is a big money, but it's something that within time, you push more effort, you have it. Don't go and get trouble, put yourself into trouble. You will not be able to get it.
Okay, I will take your advice.
Sales is sales. Once your father has sold, you cannot turn back.
And he said
it's like a gift. Even if your father has gifted, you cannot return it. Gift is gift. Except when it fails. You understand? When it fails, you gave it to a man, and the man dies, no wife, no children, it comes back to you.
Okay, let's take this. Yes, good evening. Hello, go ahead quickly.
Good evening, Lucky Maxwell.
Yes, Robin Major.
Victor. What am I saying? The advice you gave to the first caller, very interesting. My question is, Barrister, a man buys a man's land. The deed of conveyance has been signed. At that point, there's a vendor that's a purchaser. The vendor is still calling the purchaser his tenant. Is that correct in the eye of the law?
Vendor is still calling the purchaser his tenant.
Yes.
Once ownership passes, the purchaser becomes the landlord. But locally, they will say, now my tenant with this. They don't work for Goni and for Ikore. They will say, see that man, that house where they did upstairs. The man is my tenant now. But the man will actually purchase the house. Legally speaking, that man who has purchased the house and paid everything completely becomes a landlord with equal. He has a right in rem against the whole world. He has power to do whatsoever he likes with the land. At that point, the law, legally speaking, equitably speaking, traditionally speaking, is not a tenant.
Okay.
He becomes a landlord of himself.
Good evening.
Hello.
Yes, go ahead.
Good evening, Mr. Maxwell.
Yes, please.
Yeah, I have a little issue. It's about a plot I bought from a man. So I went with my lawyer, so we finished everything. And by the time I finished paying the money, we went to the man to sign the deed of conveyance. The man later now come back that I have paid the money in pieces, that he's not going to collect the money, that the way it stands, that we're going to pay extra money on top. And my lawyer said no. And that was how the thing become something that we are going to court now. So I want the lawyer to also talk something now.
Now, if you enter into agreement with someone to pay for a land, and you are paying small, they call it agreement for sale. The book say agreement of sale, meaning the transaction is on. Now, if you are supposed to pay within a certain period and you default, there are amounts you pay.
Okay.
The person cannot derogate. What I mean derogate, the person cannot say I not go sell again.
Okay.
You understand? There are about, when you pay like 10%, the person can shy away from it. So, but when it gets to a certain point, He says if the agreement does not state so, he cannot also incorporate. He cannot incorporate on his own that this thing is not stated. You just want to put it in. But my advice to you is that, I always advise, if you look and say 100,000 or 150,
the extra money.
The extra money.
You should just pay.
You just call him, because when you want to go into litigation, though it's not proper, sometimes you do it to teach a lesson. You understand? But you look at your worst approach and best approach. You look at the cost of litigation and the time consumption. Sometimes you compromise. All is diplomacy. You understand? You compromise. No be say na fear. Except you look at the situations and know the best approach to follow. Sometimes I've gone to a place and they say, after paying the price for the land, they say to sign. This was like, before I go put my signature now, that's the owner of the land. That's the seller. The vendor is saying he has received the complete sum, some good millions. He said, before I go put my hand here, 200,000. And he said that my brother go witness for me. Before I go witness, 200,000, 100,000. My wife or my son, before they go witness, 50,000. My brother will battle though. Money don't enter. We battle. I was able to tell him that his position was wrong. But because I've looked at it, it's almost, will I now use almost some good millions? Maybe 10, maybe 20, maybe 30. Now because of 200, I talked to him, talked to him very well. Told him that what you are doing is wrong. What you are doing is wrong. It's not known anywhere. And this is greed. He said I'm insulting him. I say it's greed. Can't you see it's greed? So if it is, of course, it's like selling tomatoes or selling clothes or whatever item. And the
family was not aware. Please, I urge civil society organizations to intervene and ascertain that justice is served, because this matter seems to be a bit delicate. Right, right. That's what I was thinking in my mind. Was it that the late man was in court with him? Because when you say you got court document, where is that court judgment coming from? Was it that?
Lucky Maswell, if the people should just know, who advise them later. For me, what they should do now is, of course, you serve the court documents, the public document. They will serve it. Even they come for writ of execution, they will paste it. You understand? They paste it visibly for everybody to know that we are here for a particular action. You look at the suit number, you take steps to make findings. The court will be there. Where the court that gave the judgment, the name of the judge. You go back and you can use your lawyer while you are stampeding and go back before execution. Because once the act is completed,
Bishop has re-roofed the house.
To the roof, he has not taken title. You can put it into contest. Okay. Let them know where. But if he's using reasonable or unnecessary force, that arrest him. Okay. You understand? Go to police, raise petition against him, arrest him. For police station, go bring those documents. You see it. You have this, and you make further steps. Because you can't go to him or go to the court and start looking for. We don't have that system here where you just go. If you know the name and the suit number, you'll be able to get the place. So that's it. But it's not. It has not come to an end yet. It's not too bad.
Okay. Maxwell, greetings. Land grabbing has reduced in the state. We would no longer hear of land grabbing. What we're hearing now is kidnapping, and my mind is telling me that these land grabbers have changed business and they're into kidnapping business. In the Che local government area, I came from land. In the Che where you came from, land grabbers down to Ama. Okay, thank God.
No, the local government chairmen are trying. You understand, but they should do more.
They should do more.
Thank God for the local government chairman and the police, the IG. Say, don't go close, even if we know the new style. You understand? So,
all right. This one says, good evening, Max, and our able barrister. I love your program. Please, okay, right. Let me see. and take this quickly. Yes, quickly.
Yes.
Good evening. Go ahead.
Max. Sorry, the question I asked Barrister, I didn't hear the response because some of your uncle they just stopped me on the road. Let me say, I use my bike now. Say, please borrow me like 100K. Then hold this my bike for me. The next 1 month I will pay you back. Then that 1 month now, not get to that 1 month I didn't pay. Did that person have every right to take that bike to turn it to his own? I didn't get the response because he asked this question. Barrister was explaining before someone could stop me on the road.
Because of time.
Now, like I said, mortgage, such transaction is mortgage transaction. The mortgage does not completely pass title. There is a balanced ownership. Once you pay your money, you've given the property, you can't sell it. Even if you are riding it, the person says, okay, use and they find belly, they pay me the money. That the months you've created an interest on that your motorcycle, 100,000 naira interest. And if you're unable to pay, maybe 100 to pay 120, which is the 20%, you understand? If the bike is 350, the man can't just take it. It's not correct.
Okay.
Yes, maybe you're supposed to pay in March, and it's 160. That's 60, and the bike is 600 or 400 or even 200. What the proper thing is for the man, if he takes it, but he sells it, takes his money and gives you a balance.
Okay.
That's the proper thing. Then if on your own, maybe the thing grows to, the interest grows to 500 when the motorcycle is 300 or 350. Koro use the IC. But okay. Properly, it is also required. You have a duty at that point to formally release the document. That's to formally transfer ownership to the man. But some people will not. That is why people are not changing style to now make it a complete transfer. A day between me and you. Most of the things the law knows. That section of the evidence that a day between me, if you bring your money, you take back your property. But if you don't bring your money, by this document you don't sell. Consideration must not be adequate. It doesn't matter the money. But so long as you are paying your interest, no problem. That's the new style.
God, don't allow us get to that point. Thank you, Barrister Victor.
Thank you.
I know I prayed that prayer. God should not allow you to get to that point where you have property of 100 million, you want to go and take 20 million. God should not allow that kind of thing happen. No. Thank you.
They tell the gladiators to allow it now. Look at housing everywhere. The problem is biting. God will help us. The church should pray more.
Thank you, Barrister Victor, for coming. We appreciate it. Stay with us.
You may not realize it, but do you know you can always show your love for others with simple gestures? Here are some of them. Always look for the good in people. There are two sides to every story. We have our good and bad sides. So, look for the good in people. Focus on people's potential. Everyone has potential. So, rather than put them down, help them realize it. Choose to love. If you're given an option between giving love and receiving love, choose giving because that is a more practical choice. Treat everyone as equals. This means letting go of all the prejudice and partiality. See people for who they really are, not their jobs, not their apparels or bank accounts. If everyone does this, then the world will be a better place. Love yourself. You cannot give what you don't have. So, before you try to love other people, love yourself first. Forgive. We all make mistakes. So, whether it's a family or a stranger, the best way of showing love is forgiveness. Everyone deserves a second chance. Show compassion. Care for other people. Care for what they are going through. Do what you can to help. Give back to the community. Remember that a single drop of water can can cause countless ripples. That donation, no matter how small, can inspire others to do the same. Smile, even to strangers. Remember that you're never fully dressed without a smile. So, do not underestimate the power of a smile. Not only does it lighten up your face, it will also brighten up another person's day. Be the spark of positivity you want to see. When you smile, the whole world smiles with you. This message is brought to you by Today95.1 FM, the voice of the people.
Say no to the ordinary. Embrace the extraordinary, because we are the voice of the people. Voice of the people. Today, 95.1 FM.
Today, 95.1 FM.
Yeah. Oh Lord, today we pray. Oh Lord, Amen. Everything go better today. Amen. Everything go bright every day. Amen.
know where to go to as I'm talking to you. They're grabbing. So it has not stopped. They just hold on. In short, I went to that bush, to the land 2 days ago. I saw that they just cleared the road where they put caterpillar, that graded the road. So they just used, because they left it for some time, the grasses have started coming up. So they now ask them to, cut it, pay some people that cut the road, make it smooth. So they have not stopped. They are still on. But
Thank
for
you,
now, it's like they just hold on for the moment.
All right, sir.
Calculating the next thing to do. Thank you, Maxwell. I'm Coach
Thank you
Andy.
very much. Yes, good evening. Your eyewitness report. Yes, sir. Can you speak up, sir? Hi. Your line is low. Hello. Hi. Very low. Very, very low. Good evening.
Yeah, hello, Mr. Maxwell.
Reginald?
Yeah, welcome to the new month.
I wish you same.
Yeah, Mr. Maxwell, I actually miss Barrister Victor, because I had an important issue that I was calling, but unfortunately my line couldn't connect today.
So sorry, sir.
Yeah, Mr. Maxwell, you know that before, after the emergency, this thing, during the state of emergency, I stopped complaining of my roads because I saw it that the ABAS at then did not come to solve problem. And we were praying, all of us were praying that the governor Sensobra will return back. And God be the glory, I finally bring him back. Then I started calling and making the mind for my road, the Chokocho Umechen Pipeline Road. I don't know what the governor will tell me, because I know that despite the fact that they had an issue, him and his other had an issue. But I also know that money is coming to the state. And those money that are coming for the state is meant for development, which my road, Chokocho Umechen Pipeline Road, should benefit. So I've been calling on him, reminding him, despite the fact that the chairman has done some work there through the grading activity that is going on. But that is not enough now, because if that grading this thing will not also stand a rainy season that we are about to enter. So I'm using this medium to remind the governor again the importance of that road connecting Umechen. And you know that my Chokocho Umechen Pipeline Road, we have so many oil wells within that place that the River State government and the federal government is benefiting. And we are not supposed to suffer what we are suffering today. And let me also use this medium now to remind Tony Okocha that NDDC is an interventionist agency. He can also intervene in that regard now. So you come and free the road now, because for me, 2027, they will be looking for something to do campaign. And I wonder what they will come to tell Chokocho people, both the governor and the NDDC, what they will come to tell Chokocho of what they have done that will make Chokocho people to give them their vote. So NDDC should come, give us our own share of solar system. The one that Honorable Chibezewanko brought is not enough now, because Chokocho is too large. He should do that. And let me also call on Commissioner Adeze, Commissioner for Health. Come and fix our own zonal hospital now. Come and fix our own general hospital. You say that work will still start. How long will this take? That zonal hospital, you should come and fix it now, fix our general hospital. And the governor should also remember that when him and the speaker have an issue concerning primary school, the state of primary school, he made it clear that by 2026, that work will start in these primary schools. And I am yet to see anything going on there. Let him do something, and then put the primary schools and secondary schools in a way that is supposed to be. Finally, the High Court that is sitting in Port Harcourt, I think it stands that whoever, the authorities that are involved, the NBHA branch, they should make a case now, so that people should not be going to Port Harcourt to have their matter. While we have a High Court here, and there is no issue of security challenges again, no issue of road that to access okay again. So they should not do and ensure that the High Court is being returned back to the chair. Thank you, Mr. Maxwell.
Thank you very much. Yes, good evening. Your eyewitness report.
Yes, I just remember his name, Mr. Zion. Hope it's fine.
Okay, they are fine. Thank you.
Okay.
Thank you, sir. Good evening. Go ahead. Hello. Good evening.
Maxwell, good evening.
Welcome, sir. Go ahead.
I passed Nime Junction on Saturday, and I see that the place was very clear and there was no selling on the road as usual. I was very, very happy. I was very happy when I was passing there. So though I don't know by today whether they are saying that they were finding way to jump and enter. So if the local government chairman that is carrying out that can able to keep to that before he leave office, I think the people will obey that. So I wanted to give him applause on that. The Kana local government of Poku, they have a health center. The health center is not functioning. So I wanted to call the commissioner of health, Dr. Adezi. He should come there to revamp that place. Let that place start functioning as before. It was functioning during the Amechi time. So this time around, as all health center is waking from their slumber, let that one also wake from his slumber. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Yes, good evening.
Yes, Maxwell. Peter.
Yes, please.
Peter from Oyibo. Yes. Maxwell.
Sir?
Have you been to Abua of recent? Where I come from? Well, if you see the oil exploration activities that is taking place in Abua, I think I learned they discovered the largest oil field in Africa, in Egbolom community, in one of their farmlands. And if you go to that place, not only Egbolom, there are other communities where oil, they are carrying out oil exploration and all the rest. You'll be surprised. There's no health center in that place, no health center. No social amenities. These companies that are operating in that community, if the company can give them roads, because I remember when I go to urban land, I will see roads everywhere. They say, who did say it's hygiene, it's this, it's health. And that is how it's supposed to be. That's how it's supposed to be. But these companies, they are not responsible for anything. They will come, do whatever they want to do, cut away the money, and at the end of the day, they leave these communities empty. Is it not a bad thing? We are even crying that we don't have roads to access Abua. Are they shouting all this while? What is wrong from Ndele here? Because if you give that road, if that road is given attention, that road is going to serve those communities, Ndele communities, in our local government. That road is going to serve the people of Abua. That road is going to serve the people of Ekpe, some communities in Ekpe, up to Bayelsa. I have said it. The state government should liaise with NDDC and ensure that that road is giving attention because that road runs straight to Ogbea, to Kobo, to Membe. Very important road. So I want the state government to just do that and to call these companies operating in Abua to order. Because look at the road. The road we manage from Ahoda to Abua. The road has collapsed. And nobody is talking anything. They continue to carry their crude oil through tankers. If you go there, you see thousands of tankers. I will ask them, I say, crude oil, does it mean that crude oil no longer run through pipes?
Thank you.
Because what I know, crude oil is transported through pipes underground. But today, it is tankers. It is too bad. Please. Thank you.
Thank you. Good evening.
Max, good evening
please.
to you. Please, Max, I don't know. With all this fight that is going on in the state, I'm begging the state governor, you should look for a way. This is the only year you have to do things to buy the mind of Rivers people. Honestly. You know, all this area they will normally complain, there is no road here, there is no light, there is no this, there is no that. And they say that there is money in the account. In River State account, you should declare state of emergency for all these roads them. Because it will not make sense that you will end up this way. Declare state of emergency. Some of all these road people have been calling, crying, begging, and all that. Declare state of emergency. Doc can open through all these things then for him 2027 if he is sure to go back. Declare state of emergency. Chukote Ibrahimbo Road, we have been begging, we have been begging for how many years? I thought that he would be our messiah, and now the local government have tried to grade the road. At least it's somehow accessible. I expect him to send people who don't even have commission of works. And he sent those that is in charge maybe to go and investigate and know how many kilometers and all that. They don't know what to do. Tell me when election will reach now, they will say people of Chukota Ipurango should vote again for who? For which people again? You should try and do something now. Hit the ground running. He said, was it the day before yesterday? I was watching on Facebook. He was declaring a lot of things. You will flag off here, you will commission here, you will do this, you will do that. But our own here, we are not hearing anything. You should tell us something and we'll know where we stand. And again, please, I'm begging those who patch this NTA road. Maxwell, now cement be that. How many months it will take for that cement to dry? They should help and open that place now. The kind of accident that is happening there is no good. And the Choba Junction, they are money to patch that little place now. They should remove those sand then now. Maxwell, if you see the way containers and trailers are taking that one way, and the market women is all in the other side, is selling fruit and other things, and those selling shoe, Maxwell. If maybe one of those containers shipped to Maxwell, it will be another disaster. I'm surprised the way this is going on in this state. I don't even like it. There's no government agency that visit all this area and they will maybe at least monitor something going on in the state. Everything is just like that. Please, they should do something.
Thank you, sir.
Police, there is one senior police officer that passed this East West Road today, Maxwell. I was around that C4I at Temoha. The policeman now came down and told those policemen that they should leave the road. Remove all the distance they used to block the road. Maxwell, do you know that they obey the senior officer? Maxwell just to turn at Anticotis and at Temoha to come back to Choba Junction. Those one before the bridge don't enter road again. Does it mean that police know they respect their senior officers? God should help us in this country. God bless you, Maxwell. Good
Amen.
Work.
Thank you. God will help us. Hello, good evening.
Hello.
God bless you, my beloved brother. My
Yes,
name is Oroni Samson. I'm calling from the city of Abua Udua in Emago Kubokla. My beloved brother, I want to take you to where I come from, in a clan called Emago. As I talk to you, I don't know the crime of that clan. As I talk to you, there is nothing I like in that clan. No healthcare, no police station. There is nothing that could hold under this government project in that land. I don't know the crime of the forefathers of that clan. That clan will be kept that way, my beloved brother. I've been crying in all the radio stations. They are all hearing my voice. I hear my voice. It takes me to continue to shout so that at least one of these projects will be sighted in that clan. If only there will be light in that clan, it will be a good to my people. I am pleading. Owolopi is hearing my voice. I know you just came in, but I'm begging you in God's name. It's high time we restore light in that clan. I don't know what is going on. A clan will be without no light, no healthcare, no police station, no good access road to that clan. My beloved brother, I don't know what is going on. Well, let me leave Emago Kubok clan. What is really going on with the light of Ukwere Road, my beloved brother? The last time I checked, Ukwere Road is one of our major roads. After Aba Road is Ukwere Road. I am begging the people's governor. I time we restore that Ukwere Road. I don't like the Ukwere Road is. I am begging, continue to beg the governor. Please, let's restore life on Ukwere Road. That's my case. God bless you.
Thank you very much. Yes, good evening. Yes, please.
Maxwell, I didn't go through NTA Road today, but coming back from work on Saturday, I noticed that what's it called now? That estate junction, that bus spot that they are fixing, has been done, and the German flooring that they are doing there, the casting that they are doing there, they are done with it. And that place was still blocked as of Saturday evening. I don't know if anything different has been done, since yesterday and today, because I didn't go through there today. Maxwell, I'm wondering if that place had been fixed, which for me, that place, looking at that place, that road has been faced. That place, that road has been defaced. Because you can't come all the way and at the center of the road somewhere, you're having plaster, you're having a whitish, kind of this thing, the mix of the tar, So, but what I'm asking now is, if that place they say they've done it, why the barricade? What is stopping them? Are they going to commission it? Are they waiting for people to come back to come and commission that place before people can begin to use that place? I'm just wondering, Now, do you know that Choba Junction is still blocked up, with 2 trips of sand? The entrance to Choba Junction is still blocked. That place, that small place, has been on for how long? It's still blocked. So I'm wondering, how long then will it take them to do a full stretch of road? If this is what... I don't know, I don't tire. Waiting at the observe, I don't know if I'm the only person that is feeling this way for what is going on in Rivers State as concerned, infrastructural, whatever, governance or governance in general. And I'm beginning to sound like a broken, record. But then, because that's the way I feel, I'm getting so emotional about everything. You understand? Because I don't understand. If it is distraction that is making us live the way that we are living according to them, the excuses that they give, I would suggest now at this point that since brothers should go and beg Wiki and give him whatever he wants, if that was what make him do the 1 or 2 days, because from the way he's going, I don't see that man coming back after 2027. How can they do this? How can it be taking this long? And after it, are they going to commission that opposite dominance? Are they waiting for celebration party to commission it so that people can listen to them?
Thank you, Didi. Yes, good evening.
Maxwell, I'm Coach Andy.
Yes, please.
Maxwell, I want to talk about
government secondary school in these areas I want to mention now that is not available. From where they call Umeblu Junction, which is in Umeblu 2, Umeblu 4, Umeblu 3, down to Ikwerengo. That's where there is where you get government secondary school, it is only in Igboeche. You will see how children will trek from these places that I have just mentioned now down to Igboeche. Only that one place that they have government secondary school in Igboeche. So I'm begging the government to look into it. If you see the way students are sweating as they are coupled with the road that's not even good, in short, over that side we are suffering. So I'm using this opportunity to beg the government that they should please, whoever that is in charge, should look into that area and give the students government secondary school. And also they should walk the road. Let the road be accessible for them, so that they can be able to be making their movements smoothly. So these are my appeal.
Thank you so much. 0810 9510 951. That's the number to call to be a part of the conversation. And then for messages, 0701 9339 962. Yes, good evening.
Good evening, Mr. Maswell.
Yes, sir, go ahead.
This is Kinamko Nekabar.
Yes, please.
Before you commend the professor for the entrance of the UPTH, I passed there today and I said, if I call you, I will let you know that that's our route have been done. So I really thank God for that man. He's a visionary man. He's a good man. If you see a good man, you don't need a prophet or anybody to tell you when you see a good man. The man will do well. And I pray that God should help him, let him not change like others. Because some started like this, and at the end of the day, they deviate. But I pray that God will. Mr. Maxwell, my eyewitness is this. I don't know whether there is anything extra you are doing to some callers that make governments to hear their own cry. I've been crying for some time concerning my community, Sogo community in Kana local government. This is one of the largest community in Rivers State. And yet, we don't have government presence in that community. No good roads, no electricity. I won't say that one because we have not seen anything called electricity in our life since the creation of this world. Then, hello, Max.
Yes,
hello, Max. Okay, what about the only secondary school that we have? That place now is a forest. Let them help. No building there, no teachers, no chairs, nothing. And you see those children, they are so, if you look at them, they look like maybe somebody orphans. It is not good. Even the primary school that we have, no teachers, no chairs. Students are sitting on the ground to learn. How can we get better future if things are happening like this? I beg, help me if there's anything you are doing extra to tell the governor and people that are on in authority that they should remember Sogo people, because this time around we will not take it. We've been part of them since. Mas.
Sir.
Please.
Thank you, sir. All right. Let me rush these messages. Max, good evening. My eyewitness is about the bad road at Umucholo Farm Road. We need the state government, NDDC, local government. Gochukwe Wule, thank you. The mile 5 axis of Odoha Internal Road in Ahoda East, LGA, that was abandoned by the NDDC since 2015, is now worse than a farm road. I beg the NDC to pity us and fix the road. Engineer Happy Godwin, thank you. Yes, good evening.
Good evening, Mas.
Yes, sir, go ahead.
Yeah, Mas, let's start. Calling from Imperium. I want to use this opportunity to thank Today FM, because I've been calling for the past 3 years about Umagboja Road. But when I passed there today, I was praising God about it. The road is about 75% completion. Very nice road. So I want to commend Today FM. And I want to use the opportunity to appeal to the state government, being the government. We should do something towards education. I score education 30% in the state, which is very bad. If you go to Abia State, in terms of employing teachers, all state is trying towards education. I know saying had been, the former governor had been instructing him that he should look focus than succumbing to the pressure. Thank you much. Let's start from the
Thank you, sir. All right. Tell the River State government, NDDC, and MOHLJ chairman that they should come and give the good people of Ubimini community in MOHLJ in Tana Road new transformer and street light. Bright sent in that one. Thank you, Bright. Hi, Max. He says, you've all set it up. Let's go walk. My eyewitness is a light situation in Choba. Do you know Choba only have lights just 30 minutes in the day, midnight, 30 minutes. Also, a community that produces a local government chairman. People have written so many letters to him as if he's not from the community. Max, Choba they suffer for light. Adams from Choba. Thank you, sir. Yes, good evening.
Hello, Max. Good evening.
Chief Solomon.
Hi, today.
Great.
This rain road, this little rain that fell today. You see, that place now don't spoil. Little rain, the place will be so bad. So I don't know what is wrong with our government, River State. So we are calling repeatedly so that they will come and put everything in order. The problem, the callers, is too much, and there is no one that has been attended.
But I wouldn't want you to say you don't know what is wrong with the governor.
You say what? I don't know what is wrong with the government.
That's what I'm saying, that you shouldn't say that.
Okay, so we are calling repeatedly. They should come and pay attention, more especially this ring road, because the more the day breaks, the more the worse the road becomes. So they should come and do something.
Thank you, sir.
Nobody is suffering much.
All right, sir. Thank you.
Thank you.
Yes, good evening.
Hello?
Yes, our last caller.
Yes,
yes, please.
Michael from Abba. It will be unfair if I fail to comment because I've been a regular caller in this international radio. It's not only in River State. We are getting it very clear and loud in Abia State here. I want to commend my eyewitness. I want to commend the government of Abia State for about 4 days now, because I work at home. The NEPA have not taken light for about 4 days now. Sometimes I used to pity my electronics. I have to off it so that it wouldn't burst, even in the night. So let him keep on the good work. My own eyewitness.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir. All right. Follow me on Facebook, LUCKYMAXWELL, Lucky Maxwell on Facebook. On X, formerly Twitter, at LuckyMax234. On Instagram, at LuckyMaximum1. But on Facebook, once you get me on Facebook, it's easy to get the other ones. LUCKYMAXWELL. I've exceeded my friend acceptance limit, so you can just follow me. Once you follow me, you are my friend. All right? And there are a lot of things on my page that would educate you that you also love. Once again, thank you, Professor Chitro Aluwene, for the good work. Thank you. Keep on the good work, sir. Just continue. Don't listen to people who come and tell you that go calm down, go calm down, no be so that they do am. Sir, so that they do am. Just keep on doing good things. Just they go like that. So let it be that if you are going to spend 3-4 years in the hospital, people will see changes. Just continue to be doing good things. That's what Jesus was doing. He was just going about doing good. So Professor Chitru, just be doing good, and God will protect you. Good evening.
Unleash the power of the airwaves with the ultimate radio experience. Tune in to Today 95.1 FM, the voice of the people. Don't just listen, immerse yourself.
Some persons will say, why is Godwin not going to talk about what happened at the weekend in the Premiership, European football, tennis, Carlos Alcaraz, the greatest of them all? Some will say, hey, no, it's Roger Federer. I'm talking about the man from Serbia, Novak Djokovic, of course, Yannick Sinner, and so on and so forth. I can also not forget the young lady, yes, Rybakina beating Sabalenka against all the odds. But hey, for me, there's so much trouble in our sport in our country, Nigeria. And my first love is basketball. The house of basketball is not in order. And that's the reason on this edition of Global Sports Update, I decided to talk to someone who's been part of basketball for so long. I've been in basketball for over 30 years. But hey, I want to believe that this person I'm going to be talking to has been there for more than 30 years. Who is this person? When we come back from this break. My name is Godwin Enakana. It's Global Sports Update. Welcome back. I did say I've got someone who lives, eats, breathes basketball. Yes, one of the persons I look up to in those days. I remember when it was with the comment newspapers. I used to go to that place to get stories from my basketball pages. Today's sport newspaper, I was writing basketball every other day. I'm talking about over 2 decades ago. He's a pastor, Pius Ayuno, also a sports journalist, first and foremost before becoming a pastor. Should I say Pastor Pius Ayuno? Thank you so much for joining us on this edition of Global Sports Update.
Thank you, Godwin. I say hello to listeners all over. My name is Pius Ayuno. I'm a sports editor, follower of sports, a writer of sports, a viewer of sports, and with special interest in basketball administration, basketball game and administration in Nigeria. It's good to be here. Thank you for having me, Godwin.
Thank you so much. But let's start from the very beginning. Those who want to listen to you talk about the sport, we want the foundation. They want to know, how did basketball start for you? When did you start following, writing, talking, viewing basketball, like you just said?
This will help picked a major interest in basketball. I know I was a little boy in secondary school, junior, and my immediate elder brother too was St. Patrick's Asaba. And he made the team for Bendel junior team, and they were preparing for sports festival, and they needed to camp. An American was brought in to coach them. He took them to USA to camp for national sports festival. That was where they camped. So the thing touched my interest because they bought a lot of things for me from America. But the game too touched me. That was our first put interest. So by the time I left secondary school, I began to play tennis in 1 year out of school before I made it into university. When I got to Unijust, the basketball court and the tennis court were side by side. So I used to train my tennis. My classmates were the major basketballers, Wonder Boy, Peter Odawudu, junior national team captain. And so TJ Uma came later as our senior masters the brothers of Colonel Sam Amedu were there, so I could hear his name about Captain and Sam Amedu. So by the time I landed Lagos, I had already known these people. When we were starting complete sports, my editors, them, Sam Awudu and Mominda Lao said, since you know all the basketballers, you have interest, you go there, you watch football, and then you go back to watch basketball. Just cover it for us. And that was as I covering it. And then later, I thought that people got so much interest. I traveled around Nigeria almost every other weekend to cover small events that they wanted me to cover for them. The game became popular with our paper, my name all over the place. Everybody wanted me. So when they did election for Swan to enter, my colleagues by force bought the form for me, asked me to fill. I signed. They filled it. I just signed. And that was I got into the board. And then from there, but then basketball was sweet then. It was attractive. We were traveling all over, chartered flights, Senegal chartered flight to Greece, chartered flight, DC-10 Nigeria Airways to Angola. And so it was sweet then. And that, I just pray that it comes back. So that was how I got myself into basketball. My brain is with football because that's where money is, but my heart goes with Nigerian basketball.
Interesting. Pastor, there's something you didn't do. You left out the dates and years that you started all this, from Unijos to coming to Lagos, Complete Sport, the year you got into the board of Nigerian Basketball Federation.
Let me start with the sports festival that my brother had to go to America to prepare for. That was, I think, 1979. I remember I was a little boy just entering secondary school. That was 79. Oluyole, they called it then. I won't forget. Then the Unijust thing, I was there till 89. So in the late 80s, halfway and down to 89 when I left for Zaria, and then I got into the board of I joined the Complete Football in 1994. We started the Complete Sports in 1995, about December. That was when we had our first edition, preparing for AFCON 96 that would eventually didn't go to, but that was our launching pad for that competition, for that paper. So I joined Complete Sports 94 after the World Cup. 95 was at Complete Sports. I joined the MBPF board in 2001. The election after the 2000 Olympics, I think. So the 2001, yes, that was when we had election, and I got into the board under Buba as the president, Colonel Sam there, Adamu, and then Musakida. We're all there together.
Thank you, Pius, for laying this foundation. Now, the big question that Nigerians want an answer to. Pastor, for some of us, when you talk about peace, the only time in a long while that we experienced something close to peace was under Bubagiang as the president of Nigerian Basketball Federation. The big question will now be, why do we always have fights, wars in our basketball?
Not at all, Godwin. The circumstances are very, very, very different. If you ask me, they are very, very different. If you check, before Tijoma became the president of the federation, there was already strong animosity between him and Colonel Sam, right from UK Omar's time. So they already had strong issues before then. So there was already on a line current. So anything, was going to work, was not going to work. So that was part of it. Kida and Colonel Sam have been lifetime friends. So it's like everybody does each other finish. So a lot of private things they know about each other, and the age difference, I'm not sure there's any virtually the same age. You're a little older. It's unlike Buba's time. So the circumstances are very different. Under TJ, Cornell, them, and Kida, they had things of principle that they had to fight. But before TJ became president, right from 96, 97, under Ukoma, he has been at very bitter end with Colonel Sam. Two of them have been on two different, both of them have spoken privately to me about each other. So I know nothing will make any one of them agree. And so, but the one that surprised us is under this Kida Sama Meduzo. I don't understand. Only God will explain how this thing went this far.
Pastor, would I be right to say that all you have just listed now, all you've just said, are the things that subsequent presidents of Nigerian Basketball Federation are not doing, that have brought us to where we are right now? or there's more to this?
Without even searching far without doing any research about that period, I think the thing I would say that Buba had diplomacy. He had enough of it. He listened a lot. I remember in 2001, just as we were starting, I was in Morocco with him for that tournament, the AfroBasket in Morocco, when we sat down for a long time. That was how we became close. I sat down and I advised him on some things, a lot of things, how to handle media relations, what to do with the federation. This person likes this, let him have. This person likes this, let him have. And he listened. And truly, he implemented almost everything except one that had to change because of somebody's attitude. He had to change his decision on that, and I know why he changed. But God, do you know that if you look at the videos we had there, you will see that most of the press conference I sat close to him. I wasn't the vice president, but I advised him, I will sit close to you. When I need you to stop talking and I take over, I will kick you, I will tap on your leg, you stop, you hand over to me. So that when people were looking for big headline, so that it doesn't give journalists the big headline they wanted, I would tap him, he would stop and say, Pius will explain, and I will explain. I remember him hearing quarreling one time that no, they won't be able to talk. But that was the thing. He worked with that. There was something I cancelled, one proposal we're working with a big telecommunication company. I saw red light, the thing leaked to me. I cancelled that on radio and TV before I got to Buba to explain, and he accepted. That was how flexible the thing was. Again, he was older than us, all of us. Saw him as elder. His office too, as CG, he had big aura, big authority, but he knew how to handle everybody personally. He had direct personal relationship with every one of us. He called everyone. He talked with everyone. All this kind of thing. I remember one time I was going to the airport. He didn't go with official vehicle. They were running with our boy. Said he just wanted us to gist. And I drove him down to the airport. You can imagine now, the official car driving me. I mean, it wasn't CG9, it was the deputy there. But that's the kind of person, he just wanted time for us to gist. The official car was driving behind us. The entourage was behind us. We went to the airport. That's the kind of person he was. But he was able to manage everybody. He was able to, like a father. So we had to just behave ourselves, and not trouble him. Because everybody saw that he owed this man respect. Everybody saw that he owed this man to work hard to make this place work. So we saw ourselves working for him, working for Nigeria, working for basketball. That was how he didn't. No matter what you said about him outside, if he saw you, he's going to make comments and call you one nickname, those kind of things. So it was fun with him all through, and that helped us. So that was 8 years of peace until he left and the whole thing. But it was his personality, Buba's way. He wanted peace, he worked for it, and he got it.
This is Take One. Definitely tomorrow, Pastor and I will be right here, and we'll be concluding the conversation that we started today tomorrow. That is if you join us on Global Sports Update. My name is Godwin Akana. Let's keep cruising. God bless Nigeria.
Talk radio.
I listen to a lot of talk radio.
95.1 FM. Live from the Garden City of Port Harcourt, Nigeria. This is Today 95.1 FM.
body system, nerves can be damaged. And when they are damaged, there can be loss of desire for opposite sex in a man that we call poor libido. Under that condition, definitely inability of a man to satisfy his partner has entered. Not only this, when staphylococcal infections are able to stay in the body system for longer period of time, they tend to open window for other infections to thrive as immunity is lowered. And that is why it is possible for one to have repeated boils. It is possible for one to have pimple-like eruptions. Some can even have boils all over the body from the head to toe as a result of manifestations that they get from lowered immunity. And that's why we do tell us that whenever we experience anything that are similar to this, it is very important for one to visit a competent healthcare giver who will be able to evaluate one on the root cause of the challenge and way out to be totally free. And that's why we're saying that in the face of challenges that have to do with staphylococcal infection, it is very important for one to avoid self-medication. Ensure that you are being monitored and given directives to get out of the challenge early enough. As staphylococcal infections can pose challenges in men, the same challenges can be witnessed in women, part of which can be burning sensation or movement in the body system, and a situation where one will start losing water, leading to loss of weight. In fact, if any infection is able to thrive very well in the body system, the whole immunity can be affected. Hormonal system can also change, leading to serious challenges that can even lead to infertility, whether primary or secondary, in women, as the case may be. If one is faced with anything related to what we have mentioned or other things, it is very important for one to visit a competent healthcare giver who will be able to evaluate one on the root cause of the challenge and way out to be totally free. Having all these challenges is not the end of the road. For further inquiries, the number you can call is 080-33-111-946. 080-33-111-946. I repeat, 080-33-111-946. Thank you.
All right. You've been listening to the program Roots and Herbs. Roots and Herbs is a program that discusses health-related challenges and suggests possible ways out from the herbal medicine perspective. Roots and Herbs is put together and sponsored by Herbal Heritage International, also known as Baba Yoruba. Baba Yoruba is currently having a special New Year promo package. This New Year promo package will give you the opportunity to enjoy 50% discount on all their products and services. This offer runs while the stock lasts. At number 24 Ikwere Road, Mile 1 by Education Bus Stop, Port Harcourt. For details and inquiries, the telephone number to call is 080-33-111-946. I repeat, 080-33-111-946. 080-33-111-946. Let's take our sponsor's message. Don't go away. We shall be right back.
Herbal Heritage International, the Gokoroko for herbal medicine, where they produce strong, correct medicine. They take it, they support with country healthcare system. Quatliman, correct bakelistic Ogbonge herbal medicine. They we know they come out for public anyhow like a big basket. Full ground as every Christmas have been boundary. Sickness self sabi medicine will pass them. After all, monkey smart now because tree near tree is our forest. Heritage International go use the technology of computer testing machine to see and know before attacking that your health condition. We don't become Ugbarugba for your life with the correct treatment. Therefore, whether definition or without definition, make you visit Herbal Heritage International. Offices way near you. Herbal Heritage International. Now
You're welcome back to Roots and Herbs. Roots and Herbs is a program that discusses health-related challenges and suggests possible ways out from the herbal medicine perspective. Baba Yoruba is currently having a special New Year promo package. This New Year promo package will give you the opportunity to enjoy 50% discount on all their products and services. This offer runs while the stock lasts. Number 24 Ikwere Road, Mile 1 by Education Bus Stop, Port Harcourt. For details and inquiries, the telephone number to call is 080 33 111 946. I repeat, 080 33 111 946. 080 33 111 946. Until we come your way again, remain blessed.
And that was a paid infomercial.
Unleash the power of the airwaves with the ultimate radio experience. Tune in to Today 95.1 FM, the voice of the people. Don't just listen, immerse yourself.
That is 100% true.
Get ready to feel the rhythm, the groove, and the true vibes of Africa. This is not just music. This is high life. From the legends to the latest, we're bringing you the best of palm wine grooves, jazzy horns, and soul-stirring melodies. There was a sound that told our stories, a rhythm that made our fathers dance and our mothers smile. Welcome to the thrill, a musical journey through time, where legends live on and new stars shine. Join us from Mondays to Thursdays, 9 p.m. on Today 95.1 FM for the ultimate high life musical show. Don't just listen, feel the music. High life lives here.
African style.
month of February. Finally, January ended. Someone says January was like 3 months in one. We felt every single day in the month of January, but thank God we have entered another month. And that's how this year, and that's how the year runs. So before you know now, March, before you know, we're already saying first quarter of the year. When did we enter 2026? It wasn't not just yesterday we were shouting, Happy New Year, welcome to the new year, 2026. And just like that, we have entered another month in the new year. And before, in 3 months' time, we'll no longer be saying Happy New Year or this is a new year, because we'll already be settled into the new year or into the year 2026. But we're just grateful for life, particularly, yes, grateful for life, grateful for health, grateful for family, grateful for everything that you hold dear that you still have. Another time to have great conversations on the show where we can really talk, have opinions on matter, give our reactions, send text messages, calls, and we just rapport while also listening to good high life songs.
That's a simple musician, endowed with all it takes to be a good musician. This has.
Ambassador Osayomore Joseph
Welcome to my show.
I appreciate
Talk radio. I listen to a lot of talk radio.
95.1 FM.
And it's on the news. You may have seen it, you may not have seen it. But I want also to talk about this matter because I don't know, I'm sure that we have opinions and reactions to that regard, and I'm still baffled that things like this are still happening, especially this one. And now I do not even know which area to attribute this to. If it's a result of hardship, poverty, lack and want, or if it's just an act of sheer wickedness. I don't know which category to place it, and that's where I'll need you to tell me what you think it is, what the cause of this action or actions like this, what the causes or the cause, causes of things like this are. I'd want to know what you think. If it's a result of hardship, poverty, hunger, lack, and want, or if it's a result of just sheer wickedness and not having the humane feeling for a fellow human, no matter how small or insignificant you may say the person is. Now, a newborn baby was rescued by security operatives, of course, but firstly, it was by a nurse. A baby was placed outside of a shop in a basket or a bucket, something like that. I'll read through the report so we'll know, details of it. But I'm trying to paint a picture of this. Somebody left a newborn baby beside a shop and wrote a note. I used to see these things happen. I know that it's a sensitive conversation. It's also a thrilling conversation because some persons will have opinions that are not even serious about it and just laugh it off. But it's a delicate matter and it's a serious matter and it's something of concern. I mean, we see this happen in movies a lot. They'll drop a baby in front of a gate, drop the baby in front of an orphanage home, drop a baby in front of a house or wherever. But this is not a movie. This is real life. And the baby was rescued. Yes. So let's just go through this story. But I was trying to paint a picture of someone placed a newborn baby, beside a shop and wrote a note. Let me even read the note. The person says, "Please help him. Don't throw him out, please." That's what the note wrote. They wrote on the note, "Please help him. Don't throw him out, please." But you that brought the child placed the baby inside a basket or a bucket in front of a shop. Are you not throwing the baby out? And you're expecting just anybody, a random person, to come see that baby and take up or pick up the baby and not throw the baby out. But you have thrown the baby out by putting the baby out on the streets, front of a shop. Now, people that do these things, is it that they are not, I don't even know the word though. But how do they feel? I mean, this is a human life. No matter how small that, it's a newborn baby. That's a human being. And you're pleading that someone should take the baby in, help the baby, and not throw the baby out. That action now, what would you judge that action as? I mean, you listening to me now, I'm trying to find out. Is it because the person is in lack and want and poverty and, not having money to take care of or cater for the baby herself, himself, or whoever, a male or a female that dropped the child? Or is it just sheer wickedness? You bring a baby, you give birth to a child. Or maybe not the mother. Maybe it's the father that dropped the child. Or maybe it could be anybody. It could be a relative. It could be a sister, a brother, the mother, or the father. We do not know details of that. But whoever drops a baby out on the street, writes in a note or wrote a note that someone should help the baby. What if that baby gets into the hand of evil people? What if that baby gets into the hands of people who do wicked and inhuman things to human beings? I don't want to use the word that's coming to my head now because I don't want to sound a certain way. But what if that baby gets into the hands of those people that are not good and, the baby's life is wasted? Okay. A newborn baby was rescued in Anambra State. A newborn baby has been found or was found alive. Now, someone listening may say, at least the person did not throw the baby in a pit or throw the baby in a well or throw the baby in, one of these drainage or one of those. But the fact that the baby was kept outside of a shop, that already shows that the person has, is letting go of the baby. The baby was found alive at a shop along Pope John Paul Seminary School Street, Modu Village, Okponu, Oka South Local Government Area of Anambra State. It was gathered that the baby was found alive in a bag at about 9 a.m. on Sunday by a nurse. So a nurse found the baby in a bag on a Sunday morning. She was probably going to her shop. Yes, she was going to her shop, and the baby was placed outside of a shop beside hers, close to her shop. So that's why she was able to find out, someone is crying. I could hear the cry of a baby. And she discovered that it was a baby in a bag with a note right? The nurse, identified as Mercy Iloanya, said she went to her shop, which is close to the shop where the baby was dropped, when she noticed the baby crying from a bag. That's sad, though. That's really sad. Yes, I already read the notes. Please help him. Don't throw him out, please. Lawyer said, I immediately called the attention of a man I saw along the street who confirmed that the baby was alive before we alerted the woman whose shop the baby was dropped in front of. When the owner of the shop came, we opened the bag and saw a written note accompanying the baby in which the mother appealed to the owner of the shop to help take care of the child. So just anybody should please just take care of the child. Good Samaritans who gathered to witness the situation quickly contributed baby items. Now, it's a good thing now that, out of sympathy, a lot of Nigerians and Good Samaritans saw the baby and decided to contribute, items that would be used to care for the baby. What if that baby was not found by Good Samaritans, or was not identified or found by a nurse? What if that baby was found by someone else who wants to harm the baby, or someone else, or a group of people who do wicked and evil things to human beings, and they find the baby there? What if they were the ones who found the baby? It would have been a different case. I mean, we're not talking about Good Samaritans donating items to take care of the child. While some women mostly gasped in awe as they wondered why someone would do such a thing. However, the baby was thereafter taken to Anambra Police B Division, where an entry was made, and afterwards taken to intensive care units at the Mother and Child Department of Chukwuemeka Odumegwu Ojukwu University Teaching Hospital, Amaku, Awka, at the directive of the Anambra State Commissioner for Women Affairs and Social Welfare. Yeah. So, the first question I'm asking on this matter is, why do people still do this? If you cannot, isn't it best that if you can't take care of a child, don't bring a child? I mean, why have a child if you can't take care of the child? But I don't want to go into that. The question I'm asking on this matter is, why do people still do this? Is it because of poverty, hunger? I mean, there's so much hardship in Nigeria. Things are hard. It's hardly even, you can hardly even feed yourself, take care of yourself properly, let alone taking care of, having extra mouth to feed. Is that the reason why people still do this? I mean, that's one. Secondly, actions like this, is it just sheer wickedness? I mean, you see a baby, your baby, you carry your baby and put inside a bag and put in front of a shop, hoping that a Good Samaritan will just come and see the baby and carry the baby and take care of the baby and train the baby, and the baby grows up and becomes whatever. Is it sheer wickedness that people don't have sympathy? I mean, this is a child that you birthed. Okay, let's say it's not your direct child, but that's a newborn baby, for crying out loud. Is it just sheer wickedness, or it's because of everything is too hard? There's no money to feed. Everywhere is tight. Everything is hard. I cannot take care of myself and take care of an extra mouth. So because I didn't have a choice, that's why I put this baby in the bag and I wrote a note so that someone that is capable can take care of the child on my behalf. That's why I placed the baby there. And I am hoping that somebody with a good heart will come and carry the baby. That's the question I'm asking on the matter. Because at this point, right, it just feels like we should not be hearing cases like this or news reports like this. You see this has happened. I hear stories of it. And this one that happened just recently. Thankfully, the baby a lot of persons felt pity for the child and they donated items, of course, to care for the baby. And then they had to take the baby to the ministry and to the hospital as well. They registered the child and everything. Thankfully, that was the case, or the end result of it. What if someone else had found the baby and the person had bad plans or ill intentions towards that child? What would have been the fate of that baby? Why do people still do this? Hardship or just wickedness? And the aspect of bringing a child to this world when you're not ready to care for that child. I mean, are there no other ways that you can take care of a child if you do not want to directly take care of a child? Are there not other safer ways to not put the baby in harm's way, to not put the baby in danger, but still ensuring that the baby is catered for, even if you're not the one directly catering for that child? I mean, there are orphanages. You could go to an orphanage and, put the baby there, register the baby, or whatever it is you need to do to ensure that the baby is there, well, safe and sound and legally, than dropping a child in front of a church. Some people drop babies in front of churches. Yes, I think something happened like that last year. Yes, where someone dropped the baby in front of a church. I mean, the owner of the church's house, and before the person could run away, I think the security person or even the owner of the house caught the person or came out and found the person and said, "No, you can't do this. Don't drop your child here and just go away." Even if maybe they've heard news or stories of, oh, this person is very compassionate. If he sees a child in front of his house, he would not discard the child. He would, out of pity, take the child in and raise the child. But people do it. But why do they still do this? If you can't care for the child, why not take the child to maybe a family house, a relative, just somewhere that is safe, that they can have, care and, family setting? Because children who grow up like that or in that state or condition, it's really sad. It's really, really sad. So there's also the part of, if you're not ready to have a child, don't bring a child into the world to suffer. And then, if the child is already here, are there not other safer ways to ensure that that child is still catered for if you don't have the means to take care of the child? I don't know. There have to be some other ways than just dumping a child in front of a house or shop, on the road, on the street, or wherever. I need your opinions on this matter. I want us to put our mouths in this matter. I need your reactions on this. What do you think? This act, and the situation that just happened, in Anambra State, thankfully that it turned out good for the baby. It could have been a different story. But that situation, the question I'm asking on that one is, why do people still do this? One, is it because of hardship or just sheer wickedness? I'll do a 5-minute song break. Say 9:45. I should open the phone lines and start taking calls and hear it from you. Please stay with me. on the baby's body. The baby was found in a bag. Yes, the baby was found in a bag. And there was a note in that bag saying, please help him, don't throw him out. The question is, why do people still do this? Why do people still do acts like this? Is it because of poverty, hunger, lack, want, no money? Everywhere is hard. Everywhere is tough. There's no way to survive. You cannot feed yourself. You want to feed another mouth. Or is it just sheer wickedness? Doing something like that to a human being, no matter how small you consider that person to be, say, oh, it's a newborn baby, doesn't do anything. It's still a human being. Doesn't change the fact that it's a human being. Please, I want to know what you think about the matter. I want to know your reaction on it. I want to know your opinion on it. 0810 9510 951. Hello, good evening.
Good evening.
Yes, please. Welcome.
Yes. For me, I think is a lack of planning.
Okay.
Yes. I know it's only here in Nigeria that you blame everything to government. Something you cause yourself, government.
You still say government. I know that, government have a role to play in maybe the economy and stuff, but I mean, giving birth to your child.
Yes. The only thing we don't blame government is when we are maybe sleeping with our wife or husband.
You don't need government to come and do that one for you now.
Every other thing, government. You know you don't have money, just as you said. Why not plan your life and know when to have baby and when not to have? But you have it at the end of the day. You now begin to do. Then at the end, now you blame government. But you will not blame government for other things. So I think it's lack of planning and, if you like, foolishness.
Okay.
That is it.
All right. Thank you. Thank you for sharing your opinion. There's also, it could also be, the aspect of irresponsibility. Hello, good evening.
Yes, good evening.
Yes, welcome. Happy New Month.
I wish you the best.
Yeah.
My name is Sunday, calling from Port Harcourt.
Okay, go ahead, please.
You see, for me, I don't blame the person because she has used the money for shawarma and the rest of things. So,
how did shawarma enter this matter now?
If not, what will make her to drop a baby?
I
don't really understand.
So you don't think there's any justification to drop a baby out there for somebody to come and help the baby?
No.
All right.
She wants to kill the baby.
That's terrible.
That's me.
All right, thank
because
you.
She has spent the money for shawarma finish.
I don't know what you have with shawarma. They always mentioning that. But yeah, okay. What do you think about that matter? I mean, actions, people do this. Sometimes you see women. I think it's more women that do things like this. Some men could be involved too. I mean, it's not only mothers that do that. Like a father, maybe a single father, that maybe the woman that gave birth to the child ran and left him or ran away. Left him with a newborn and he doesn't know what to do. A man could, I mean, it's not only a woman that does things like that. A man could drop a baby. It could be a sister, a brother, an auntie, an uncle. But whoever it is that drops the child, the question on the matter is, why do people still do things like this? Is it because of poverty, hardship, lack, want, no money? Or is just sheer wickedness to human life, no regard for human life? Or is it just irresponsibility? I mean, people don't want to be responsible for their actions. They don't want to be accountable for the things that they have done. They do not want to take accountability for the choices they have made. What could be the reason, or what could be said as a justification for somebody leaving a baby out there in the open with a note? This is not a Nollywood movie. This is real life matter. Hello, good evening.
Hello.
Yes, please.
Yeah, thank you. My name is Chief.
All right, go ahead, please.
It's not lack of money. There's nothing. Let me tell you what happened.
Okay.
The lady wants to dump the chair so that she can sit down and chop up and down.
Try.
see the baby as a body. The baby as something that will not allow her to go around.
Oh, yeah.
He wants to enjoy now. He wants to enjoy.
And that responsibility, he or she's not ready for it.
Yeah, me, not because of money.
Okay. All right. So if it's a woman that drops the baby, he says it could be that the person just doesn't want any burden or responsibility. You know, when you have a child, you become more responsible. There are things you should not do. You can't just up and leave. You can't just go to certain places because you're responsible for a child now. So if it's irresponsibility, that could be a reason. What do you think? Hello, good evening.
Good evening.
Yes,
Rona.
please. Yes.
Rona.
Yeah.
My name is Pat.
Okay, go
I'm
ahead.
calling from a very mama.
Okay.
How can a woman have a newborn baby and abandon the baby halfway? What may be the reason? Is it the girl is accident, or a woman that have a number of children that she cannot be able to
take care of
cater for
an
this
extra one?
You see, something is wrong somewhere. Thank you very much.
All right. Thank you for sharing your opinion. Let's take some text messages. Good evening to you, Lady Rona. I'm a bearer of Jesus from Port Harcourt. Let the truth be told. That baby is alive and in good hands. But what some girls are doing this time around, like selling their newborn to any available buyers. Oh, that's another issue. The ones that will not abandon children on the road, they might sell off the baby for an amount of money. Chai. Selling their baby to any available buyers. Just go to a high institution. You will see what schoolgirls do with newborn babies. You will cry out blood. God help us all. It's really terrible. I mean, that's a human life. The fact that it's a newborn baby doesn't make the baby less significant. The child does not have to be a grown person for you to value the life of that child. Yes, babies cannot talk. They cannot express themselves. Doesn't make them any less valuable. This one says, I think the person wasn't actually capable of taking care of the baby based on financial reasons. Not an excuse, but that's what I feel though. Couldn't the baby have been taken to motherless baby though? Just thinking from Pax. I mean, you have a point. That's another, there are a lot of alternatives. Are there no alternatives if you can't take care of a child directly or by yourself? There should be alternatives for taking care of the child such that the child will not be in danger. You could take the child to an orphanage and, really say that, let them know that you can't care for this child. They take babies like that in orphanages. You can take the baby to relatives. People that are well-to-do that could care for the baby. I mean, the Good Samaritan that you are expecting, who are the Good Samaritan that you expect would see that baby on the road and just pick the baby and start taking care of the baby? If not that this turned out, eventually turned out good for the child. What if a Good Samaritan did not see the child? Someone evil saw the child or wicked saw the child. What would have been the fate or the end of such a child? Death. Worst case scenario, death. So, no matter how would want to, I really don't know the reasons because they've not been able to, they don't know who dropped the baby. They didn't even see who dropped the baby. As early as 9 a.m. on a Sunday morning, they found the baby there. So, it could be that the person dropped the baby way earlier than that. Hello, good evening. Hello? Yes, I've taken your call. Good evening.
Yeah, good evening.
Yes, please.
To tell you the truth, good evening. This is Honorable Chris Okush.
Go ahead, please.
I don't really know why some ladies, I don't know the kind of, can you carry a baby 9 months? After 9 months, you deliver, you package the baby and dump it somewhere.
Just anywhere.
What would that lady be thinking? Maybe, is she going to put a surveillance checking where they will carry the baby to? You don't know what the baby will be tomorrow.
Yeah.
At the end, that's a baby not. To me, some lady take this is a very high risk joke of the day. How can you carry a baby after how many months you drop it somewhere? Not like maybe the one we hear about Miriam. Maybe you put the sentry that will check in which of the house for how many years, for the entire life, you will not see that baby again. Okay, so women.
Such a person obviously doesn't even care finding the baby anymore, because if you want to find the baby again, at least there should be a means of identification. The person just wrote a note and left.
That is final, to tell you the truth. Unless maybe the lady will play a kind of, maybe it will be somewhere across watching, even if, how will she know where they take that baby?
Exactly. That's another aspect. Thank you for sharing.
That lady from wake up in the morning.
Comfortably. That's why I'm asking if it's just sheer wickedness, because thank you for sharing your opinion. Yeah. Because sometimes there's some things that you do as a human being, your heart or your conscience or whatever it is that pricks you should tell you that you have done wrong. This is not normal to do. This is not normal to do. Even if you've gotten to the point in your life where you can no longer take it anymore, you can't help yourself, maybe financial constraint, or there are safer options, safer alternatives than dumping a newborn baby on the road, in front of a shop, in front of a house, front of a church, front of a school, front of someone's building, or front of someone's gate, expecting that a good Samaritan would see the baby, pick up the baby, train the baby, and the baby will become, a human being or a known person in life and have a good life. The same life you could not offer the child. Anyway, I just hope that, we don't start hearing more cases of this. And let's take caution. Let's try our best. If you can take care of children, don't have two children yet. I mean, just do right by yourself and the society, and let's have a more safer and secured environment. Thank you all so much for your contributions and opinions on the matter, and your messages as well. This is where I wrap up. The world news comes up right after this by 10 p.m. My name is Rona Agbara. Have a very beautiful evening.
Live from the Garden City of Port Harcourt, Nigeria. This is Today 95.1 FM.
Whether it's happening in Port Harcourt, South South, Nigeria, or around the world, we've got you covered. On air, online, delivering balanced news and unbiased analysis. Today 95.1 FM.
This is Today 95.1 FM, Port Harcourt. News.
A very good evening to you. This is the World News in the Premium Talk Radio, Today 95.1 FM Port Harcourt. I'm Rona Agbara. First, the headlines. President Bola Tinubu directs clear sharing of power subsidy costs in 2026 budget. CJN cautions judges against routine adjournments. On the foreign scene, Syrian army enters Hasaka under ceasefire deal with Kurdish-led SDF. Details shortly. President Bola Tinubu has directed all ministries, departments, and agencies and MDAs to use existing electricity sector laws to ensure that the sharing of power subsidy costs among the federal, state, and local government is clear and practical and transparent in the 2026 budget. The directive was disclosed by the Director General of the Budget Office of the Federation, Tanimu Yakubu, during a keynote address at a training program for the MDAs on budget post-budget preparation in Abuja. Yakubu explained that the president wants the burden of electricity subsidies explicitly shared so that no tier of government bears hidden or unpaid costs. According to Yakubu, equitable sharing of subsidy costs will improve performance in the power sector and support protection for vulnerable consumers. Disclosing that the federal government is changing how projects are being included in the 2026 budget, Yakubu emphasized that only projects ready for implementation and financing should be proposed. He also announced that President Tinubu has directed a review of the fiscal responsibility framework to strengthen government spending rules, to set clearer spending limits, improve reporting, control future financial risk, and link long-term planning to annual budgets. Meanwhile, the Federal Accounts Allocation Committee, FAAC, has shared a total of 1.969 trillion naira among the federal government, states, and local government councils as federation revenue for December 2025. In a communique, FAAC stated that the amount comprised 1.84 trillion naira in distributable statutory revenue, 846.507 billion naira from value-added tax VAT, and 38.110 billion naira from the Electronic Money Transfer Levy, EMTL. According to the committee, a gross revenue of 2.585 trillion naira was available for the month, of which 146.897 billion naira was deducted as cost of collection, while 511.558 billion naira went into transfers, refunds, and savings. FAC reported that gross statutory revenue for December stood at 1.63 trillion naira, representing a decline of 105.202 billion naira from the 1.736 trillion naira recorded in November 2025. In contrast, gross VAT revenue rose significantly to 913.957 billion naira from 563.42 billion naira in November, an increase of 350.915 billion naira. From the total distributable revenue of 1.969 trillion naira, the federal government received 653.5 billion naira, while state government got 706.469 billion naira. Local government councils received 513.272 billion naira and 96.083 billion naira, representing 13% of mineral revenue, was shared among oil-producing states as derivation revenue. Former Vice President Professor Yemi Osibanjo has lamented the poor state of education in Nigeria, warning that the country is paying a heavy price for years of neglect, underfunding, and deterioration of its schools. He described many educational institutions as broken and stressed that rebuilding them is critical to producing ethical and effective future leaders. Osibanjo, who spoke in Lagos where he delivered a lecture titled Building Generational Strength for Educational Institutions in Nigeria, emphasized that foundational education plays a decisive role in shaping character, discipline, and leadership capacity long before individuals assume public or private responsibilities. Reflecting on his secondary school experience, Osibanjo recalled how strict routines such as early morning wake-up calls and light-out rules helped instill discipline and lifelong habits. He urged corporate organizations, alumni associations, and well-meaning individuals to support schools through endowment, which he described as vital for sustaining institutional values, standards, and long-term stability. The People's Democratic Party (PDP) has intensified efforts to resolve its internal crisis as the Board of Trustees (BOT) and the National Caretaker Committee reaffirmed their commitment to party unity in preparations for outstanding congresses ahead of a national convention. Speaking at the 85th meeting of the PDP, board held in Abuja, factional board's chairman, Senator Mao Ohwambunwa, described the party as standing at a critical crossroads and urged leaders to place collective interest above personal ambition. He said the PDP endured months of turbulence marked by leadership disputes and legal battles, but survived due to the strength of its institutions, and adherence to constitutional order. Ohwambua explained that delays in conducting party congresses were deliberate and guided by respect for ongoing judicial processes, not a failure of leadership. He warned against decisive actions and rhetoric capable of undermining democratic institutions, stressing that the moral authority of the board rests on fairness, balance, and due process. According to him, with major legal issues being resolved, the party must now focus on reconciliation, rebuilding trust, and laying the foundation for orderly congresses and a credible national convention. The Chief Justice of Nigeria, CJN, Justice Kudirat Kekereekun, has outlined steps judges can take to reduce delays and ensure prompt delivery of justice, stressing the need for strong knowledge of the law and effective case management. She said judges who are well grounded in relevant laws and procedural discipline. According to the CJN, judges should be confident enough to rule promptly on issues of admissibility of evidence from the bench, rather than resorting to frequent adjournments, warning that routine or unnecessary adjournments undermine trial momentum and contribute significantly to delays in the justice system. Justice Kekereekun emphasized that evidence remains the foundation of judicial decision-making, as it's through evidence that facts are established, credibility assessed, and the law applied. The Federal Capital Territory, FCT, Police Command has urged the Nigerian Labour Congress NLC and the Trade Union Congress TUC to postpone a planned protest in Abuja, citing security concerns. The FCT chapters of the NLC and TUC had scheduled a peaceful solidarity protest tomorrow in support of the Joint Union Action Committee, JUAC. The protest aims to back the strike by Federal Capital Development Authority FCDA workers over unpaid salaries and benefits. The strike by FCDA workers has seen a standoff with the FCT Minister Nyesom Wike, and the solidarity protest was intended to draw further government attention to the workers' demands. However, in a statement, FCT Police Public Relations Officer SP Josephine Ade warned that intelligence reports suggested the protest could be infiltrated by the proscribed Islamic movement of Nigeria and other non-state actors, potentially threatening public safety. She added that postponing the protest would help prevent any breakdown of law and order, while ensuring that other residents' rights to safety, freedom of movement, and daily activities are not disrupted. Meanwhile, Justice Emmanuel Sobilim of the National Industrial Court has issued an interim order restraining the Nigeria Labour Congress NLC, the Trade Union Congress TUC, and 3 other parties from embarking on any form of industrial action or protest in the Federal Capital Territory, FCT. The order followed an ex-parte application filed by the Minister of the FCT, Nyesom Wike, and the FCT administration, FCTA. Ruling on the application, Justice Subilim restrained the 1st to 5th respondents, their agents, and prives from proceeding with any strike or protest pending the hearing and determination of a motion on notice. The court also directed the 5th to 9th defendants comprising security agencies to ensure that there is no breakdown of law and order in the nation's capital. Counsel to the Minister and the FCTA, Ogu Onoja, told the court that the chairman of the FCT Joint Unions Action Committee, JUAC, has issued a mobilization message to workers and affiliated unions for a mass protest scheduled for tomorrow, arguing that the planned action was in violation of subsisting court orders. Onoja further informed the court that following its ruling on January 27, the order was served on the defendants. You're listening to the World News on Today 95.1 FM, Voice of the People. After the break, more news, foreign and sports stories. Please stay with us.
Every day, every hour, when the big stories break, depend on our 24. Every day, every hour, when the big stories break, news team to bring you the latest. Today, 95.1 FM.
Thanks for staying with us. Now the rest of our stories. Henrietta Fawehimi, mother of former Deputy Vice-Chancellor of the University of Port Harcourt and current Vice-Chancellor of the University in Abuja, has asked the Rivers State High Court in Port Harcourt to compel her son, Professor Hakeem Fawehimi, to return the original title documents of her properties in Orominike Layout, D-Line, Port Harcourt. In a statement of defense, the 85-year-old woman also requested the court to mandate her son to return documents for properties at 24 Onwachuku Street, Iboloji Housing Estate, Rumigbo, 17 Emenike Close, Rumadolu, and Elekahia Housing Estate, Port Harcourt. After paying her 82 million naira as outlined in his letter dated July 10, 2025. Professor Hakeem Fawehimi and his sister Oluwafumbi Fawehimi had filed a suit against Ichie Ikenna Onu, who purchased one of the properties from their mother, claiming that the buyer had no legal right to acquire the property. The woman dismissed the claims of her son and daughter, stating she revoked the gift in her will after realizing the properties were causing continuous fights and enmity among her children, rather than uniting them. The octogenarian alleged that the Professor Hakeem Fawehimi abandoned her in her old age despite her investing in his education and setting up a hospital for him in Port Harcourt. She further accused him of taking control of a company bank account without her consent, excluding her from her own business, while emphasizing that all her properties, including the ones sold to Ichie Ikenna Onu, belong solely to her and not to Rietafa and Sons Nigeria Limited, the claimant, or any of her children. Henrietta Fawehimi said future sales would only occur if her children reconcile and begin properly taking care of her. In his defense, Ichie Ikenna Onu denied knowledge of the claims made by the siblings and urged the courts to dismiss their suit, describing it as a gold-digging exercise. A 70-year-old woman, Veronica Nwako, has accused Bishop Bright Ambrose of a New Generation Church along Ihediohama Street, Mile 2, Diobu, Port Harcourt, of conspiring with one Romanist to forcefully take over her late husband's property along Emole Street, Mile 2, Diobu. In an interview with Today FM, Nwako claimed that Bishop Ambrose made multiple attempts to seize the property, including allegedly forging a fake court judgment and execution order, which led to the deroofing of her current residence. Speaking alongside her daughter, Favor Jacob Nwako, said their father, Benedict Nwako, never sold the land to the bishop, and that they were shocked when he allegedly invaded the property with security personnel and court documents demanding they vacate. The mother and daughter decried the humiliation and suffering they have endured and appealed to Governor Siminalayi Fubara, security agencies, and well-meaning Nigerians to intervene and ensure the restoration of their property.
He said their father collect money for your hand. He asked and say how much she collect. He said 2.5 million. My daughter say that you go refund him the money back. Make you just leave all about you here. As my brother tell him all this is. So Romanus will say no, that he will not collect the money. Him buy here, buy here. So for what? My daughter say no. How that kind of thing go happen? That is more like my old woman. Where will we going to say? The flow they do what we hear be say we know the big group of people come here. Scatter city.
He came to this place while we saw him. Even my youngest was asking him, what are you doing here? Because we know that his work is to grab people's land and people's house. So we saw him, we said, this house is not for sale. He said, that is our business. We saw another person again called Bishop Bright Ambrose. Also Bishop Bright Ambrose. He came and said he's the owner of this place. We told him that this is not for sale. This is the only property that is kept by my mother. I'm calling on the River State government. Please, they should come up our aid. They should come and help us.
In the meantime, the International Human Rights Protection Initiative River State Chapter has expressed concern over what it described as continuous intimidation, harassment and arson, and alleged illegal land grabbing against the Nwako family. State Coordinator John Ihua warns that such actions may violate fundamental human rights and pledged to pursue lawful measures to protect the family's rights and uphold the rule of law.
The International Human Rights Protection Initiative River State Chapter raises serious concern over what it describes as a continuous intimidation, harassment, act of arson, and alleged illegal land grabbing. The information made available to us alleged that the act are linked to Bishop Bright Ambrose and person believed to be acting on his behalf against Mr. Benedita Nwanko and his family. We were reliably informed that Benedita Nwanko and his family are the lawful occupant and exercise ownership of the piece and parcel of land situated and lying at number 16 Emole Street, Maitudio. However, over time, they have been subjected to persistent threat, intimidation, and harassment.
When contacted, Bishop Bright Ambrose, through his personal assistant, Pastor Monday Amadi, denied any forceful takeover of the property, insisting that the property was legally acquired and that a court judgment granted the bishop the right to take possession.
That was a property my father bought at Emole, close to Assemblies of God, 2018. That property was bought through a lawyer in a partnership with an agent. At the course of this matter, because the bishop then is not willing to develop the property at that moment, there was no money. Then you allowed them to steal. Why? So after almost 4 years interval, they wanted to develop the property. The people also pleaded. On the course of that, they started fighting him, denying that it was a borrowed money that they borrowed them. It was not. They did not purchase the properties.
The River State University Teaching Hospital RSUT, in collaboration with Smile Train, has unveiled a cleft awareness and advocacy campaign delivered in local dialects to identify children born with cleft lip and palate across the state. The initiative is aimed at reaching grassroots communities where cultural beliefs and misinformation often prevent affected children from receiving timely medical care. The unveiling ceremony held at IDU units of RSUT highlighted the importance of using indigenous languages to combat stigma, myths, and discrimination associated with cleft lip conditions, with organizers noting that many children with cleft lip and palate are hidden or wrongly labeled due to cultural misconceptions, despite the condition being medically correctable through surgery. Speaking at the event, the Chief Medical Director of RSUT, Professor Chizundu Aliko, who said the campaign is designed to take cleft awareness directly to communities using local languages to promote early identification and prompt referral of affected children for treatment, also explained that engaging families in familiar dialects would help break long-standing barriers to seeking care. Professor Aliko disclosed that the program offers free corrective surgeries, medications, nutritional support, speech and language therapy, as well as full transportation for patients from their communities to the hospital and back. He stressed that no family would be required to pay for any aspect of the treatment, adding that the River State government has committed both human and material resources to ensure the success of the initiative.
We began a program, a collaboration with Smile Train, so that we are able to identify children born with cleft lip and palate wherever they are, and they come in here and have comprehensive surgery at no cost to the family, including the transportation to come from whichever village where they are, have the surgery, all the drugs provided 100%, and the transportation to go home. The River State government, through the River State Ministry of Health, has committed both human and material resources in ensuring that the River State University Teaching Hospital executes this very special project as it affects our children.
Also speaking, the head of the Plastic and Reconstructive Surgery Unit and leader of the cleft surgery team, Dr. Otimeni Ariel, while assuring parents of the hospital's strong emphasis on patient safety and multidisciplinary care, disclosed that all cleft surgeries conducted at RSUT have been successful, with patients discharged safely, and urged families to take advantage of the free services while helping to spread awareness within the communities.
We have people living with cleft lip and palate in our community. Every day, a child is born with cleft lip and palate, so it's not rare. And when this happens, sometimes the mothers and the fathers say, I had never seen this before until it happened. And this makes us so concerned, because the goal is to spread the word that this can happen, but when it happens, you're not alone. You have a team of specialists that are solidly behind you to ensure that the child gets all the forms of care that they need. By forms of care, we mean surgery, nutritional support. For those with the cleft palate, we mean speech and language therapy to help them speak well. We work with social workers, the anesthetists, the nurses, the pediatricians. The transformation when a child goes into the theater with the cleft lip and comes out after the cleft lip is very amazing.
The Hydrocarbon Pollution Remediation Project, HYPREP, says it's blending scientific methods with traditional knowledge to restore wetlands in Ogoni land as the world marks World Wetlands Day. HYPREP announced the successful completion of Phase 1 restoration of 560 hectares of oil-degraded mangrove, alongside more than 76% completion of Phase 1 shoreline cleanup across Ogoni communities. Themed Wetlands and Traditional Knowledge, celebrating cultural heritage. HYPREP said the mangrove restoration program involves planting 5 native mangrove species while encouraging community stewardship, local participation and adherence to strong health, safety and environmental standards. HYPREP further disclosed that reports from both fish stock assessments in Bomu Creek, where mangrove and shoreline restoration are ongoing, indicate rising biodiversity, including increased fisheries production and the return of fish species not seen prior to restoration efforts. HYPREP also highlighted efforts to reintroduce the West African cockle into Ogoni creeks, whose importance to the cultural identity and livelihood of the Ogoni people. The project coordinator, Professor Neni Barini Zabe, commended community leaders, residents, civil society groups and government agencies for their support, emphasizing the need for continued collaboration and responsible environmental stewardship to protect Nigeria's wetlands. On the foreign scene, Syrian government forces have moved into the northeastern city of Hasaka, formerly controlled by the Kurdish-led Syrian Democratic Forces, SDF, marking a significant step toward implementing a U.S.-backed ceasefire and integration agreement. The deployment is the first concrete outcome of a comprehensive agreement reached between the SDF and the Syrian government, under which Kurdish-led forces agreed to integrate into the national army. The deal followed weeks of rising tensions and sporadic clashes during which government troops advanced into territory previously held by the SDF. Reports says Syrian forces are expected to take positions in state buildings within Hasaka's designated security zone, while similar deployments are anticipated in the cities of Kobani and Kamishili. Under the terms of the deal, the SDF will form a new military division within the Syrian army, comprising 3 SDF brigades and an additional brigade based in Kobani, also known as Al-Arab. The agreement comes amid broader efforts by President Ahmed al-Shara to reunify Syria following the ouster of former President Bashar al-Assad in late 2024. To end the news, here's a summary of the major stories. President Bola Tinubu has directed a clear sharing of power subsidy costs in the budget 2026. We told you that the CJN, Justice Kudirat Kekereekun, has cautioned judges against routine adjournments. On the foreign scene, you also heard that the Syrian army has entered a ceasefire deal with the Kurdish-led SDF. That was the news as edited by Stella Sasongo Kore. For comments and inquiries, please call 0818-389-2850 or send your emails to news@todayfmlive.com. You can read our stories on www.todayfmlive.com. On Facebook at Today95.1fm, on Instagram at TodayFM951, on X at TodayFM951. You can also join our YouTube live at Today95.1fm. I'm Rona Agbara. Thank you so much for listening. Good evening.
Today's news, today's entertainment, today's sports, today's issues. Today on Today 95.1 FM, Port Harcourt.
A very good evening to you. This is Today 95.1 FM Port Harcourt, Voice of the People. It's time again for a rundown of the foreign news stories that made the headlines on the world today. I'm Rona Agbara. First, the headlines. Deadly jihadist attacks hit failed convoy in the western Mali. Cuba denies security threats accusations as AU raises pressure. China carries out further executions of Myanmar's camp center suspects. Bangladesh court sentences ex-PM Hasina, UK lawmaker Siddiq in graft case. Details shortly. The Democratic Republic of Congo's government said it feared that at least 200 people have been killed in a massive landslide that struck a militia-held mine in the country's east. Since its resurgence in 2021, the M23 armed group has seized vast tracts of the DRC's resource-rich east, capturing the Rubaya mine in North Kivu province in April 2024 with Rwanda's help. The mine produces 15 to 30% of the world's supply of coltan, a key component in the production of electronics such as laptops and mobile phones. However, thousands of artisanal miners work daily in precarious conditions in Rubaya's pits, most equipped with simple shovels and rubber boots. According to information obtained by newsmen, part of a hillside in the mine also collapsed. Days after at least 15 people were killed in a deadly attack on a fuel tanker convoy in western Mali, local authorities are putting the blame on the jihadists, stating that the assault came amid a months-long fuel blockade that had only recently begun to ease. Local officials also disclosed that dozens of tankers were set ablaze along a key road linking the Senegalese border to the city of Kayes. The Al-Qaeda-linked group for the support of Islam and Muslims, also known as JNIM, said it ambushed Malian forces in the area but did not mention the tankers. Meanwhile, September, the group has repeatedly targeted fuel convoys as part of a blockade aimed at choking Mali's economy. In a display of cultural solidarity, Burkina Faso, Mali and Niger have joined forces to produce a musical comedy titled The Sahel Video, using art as a space for dialogue, memory, and reflection on the region's pressing security challenges. On stage, actors from 3 nations, each severely tested by violence, merged theater, dance, and music into a performance intended to foster hope, love, tolerance, peace, and social cohesion. Mirroring traditional African nighttime gatherings, 110-minute show tells the story of a young man who, in total despair, joins a terrorist group and plans a suicide attack. Through a video focused on transmitting traditional values, questioning contemporary realities, and strengthening social bonds, he decides to lay down his arms. The performance also allows the audience to immerse themselves in the heart of the Sahel reality. Away from Africa to the rest of the world, in the forest of Ethiopia's largest region, a shadow war grinds on. Hunted by government drones, Oromo Liberation Army Ola commander Jael Maru denies his fighters target civilians. Yet, as a hidden humanitarian crisis deepens, international investigators accuse both sides of atrocities, leaving millions trapped in a deadly stalemate. The government brands the Ola as terrorists, accusing them of ethnically motivated massacres. Rebel leader Maru, in a rare interview, insists his troops operate strict military discipline. However, UN investigators and right groups like Amnesty International document a brutal reciprocity. The Ola accused of killings and kidnappings, while government forces are cited for indiscriminate drone strikes and extrajudicial killings. After months of isolation, hopes are rising in Gaza ahead of the expected reopening of the Rafah border crossing with Egypt on Monday, a key part of the Israel-Hamas ceasefire. On the street of the southern city of Khan Yunis, people followed the news of possible reopening with cautions, optimism, aware that the crossing will initially allow only a limited number of travelers and no goods. Jihad al-Arja displaced Palestinian from Rafah, saying he hopes that reopening will go as smoothly as possible. For Palestinians, Rafah is widely seen as Gaza's only gateway to the outside world. It has been largely shut since it was seized by Israel in May 2024, trapping patients, students, and families on both sides of the border. Under the current arrangement, only a small number of people will be allowed to cross at first, leaving thousands waiting. Iran has said it expects progress on a framework to restart nuclear talks with the United States, as unverified reports suggest the country's president has ordered the revival of the negotiations. Tehran said it's examining several diplomatic processes pitched by countries in the region to ease tensions with Washington, adding that it expects a framework for talks in the coming days. However, the U.S. President Donald Trump sent warships to the Middle East after Iran violently put down mass protests in January, but he then called for Tehran to make a deal to resume talks on its nuclear program, which were abandoned in June when Iran was attacked by the U.S. and Israel. Trump also said the U.S. is talking with Iran, and the Tehran's Ministry of Foreign Affairs spokesman, Ismail Baghai, has now confirmed indirect negotiations are ongoing. The Cuban government has rejected accusations that it poses a threat to the security of the United States, insisting that it stands to cooperate with Washington. The Cuban Ministry for Foreign Affairs issued a statement calling for dialogue and stressing that the Caribbean island does not support terrorism. The declaration comes amid a spike in tension after the abduction of Venezuelan leader Nicolas Maduro last month, which was part of President Donald Trump's drive for U.S. domination of the Western Hemisphere. While the Cuban people and the American people benefit from constructive engagement, lawful cooperation, and peaceful coexistence, Cuba reaffirms its willingness to maintain a respectful and reciprocal dialogue oriented towards tangible results with the United States government based on mutual interest and international law. The statement came hours after Trump said diplomatic contact with Cuba had been revived, noting that his administration is talking to the highest people in the Cuban government. The province of Balochistan has long witnessed a separatist movement driven by anger over perceptions that the interests of the people and the population have been ignored by the federal government. However, coordinated attacks across Balochistan, in which fighters killed 31 civilians and 17 security personnel, where the military gunned down 145 fighters, served up an urgent reminder of the challenges that Pakistan and potential investors face in the province. Balochistan is also at the heart of China's investment in Pakistan, making the attacks particularly sensitive to Islamabad. Within hours of attacks across at least 12 locations, Interior Minister Mushin Navi blamed neighboring India. A Bangladesh court has handed down jail sentences to exiled former Prime Minister Sheikh Hasina and her niece, UK lawmaker Tulip Siddiq, on corruption charges. The court in Dhaka earlier today sentenced Hasina to 10 years after she was accused by the country's corruption watchdog of illegally securing property in a government land project near the capital for herself and family members. Hasina has been in exile in India since 2024 when she was ousted by a student-led mass uprising that ended her 15-year rule. According to the United Nations, she has been sentenced to death in absentia on charges of crimes against humanity linked to the crackdown on the protest, which killed as many as 1,400 people. Judge Mohammed Rabiu Alam of the Special Judge Court 4 also sentenced Siddiq, a lawmaker for the United Kingdom's governing Labour Party, to 4 years in prison in connection with the alleged land grab. China has executed 4 people found guilty of causing 6 Chinese citizens' deaths and running scam and gambling operations out of Myanmar worth more than $4 billion. The Shenzhen Intermediate People's Court in southern China announced the executions earlier this morning in a statement. However, the timing of the executions was not clear. The executions of 11 other people convicted of running scam centers in Myanmar has been announced last week. The Shenzhen court also sentenced 5 people accused of running a network of scam centers and casinos to death in November. One of the defendants' group leader, Bai Sonsheng, died of illness before the sentence was carried out. That story from China concludes tonight's edition of The World Today, is produced by Loma Nwosu of the news department. But before we go, here's a summary of the stories that made the headline. A deadly jihadist attack hit a fuel convoy in western Mali. We told you that Cuba has denied security threat accusations as U.S. raises pressure. You heard that China has carried out further executions of Myanmar's scam center suspects. And finally, Bangladesh court has sentenced ex-Prime Minister Hasina and UK lawmaker Siddiq in graft case. Till same time tomorrow, do have a lovely evening. Thank you so much for listening.
Today's news, today's entertainment, today's sports, today's issues. Today on Today 95.1 FM, Port Harcourt.
Live from the Garden City of Port Harcourt, Nigeria. This is Today 95.1 FM.
BBC World Service. I'm Nkechi Obonna in Nairobi with Focus on Africa. Victims of alleged abductions and torture have told the BBC's Africa Eye team that a senior police officer was behind their abuse.
He ended up at the parking lot of Oyster Bay Police Station in Dar es Salaam, and the next day he was picked up by unknown men, driven across the country, beaten really badly, and eventually shot in the back of the head, which was a failed assassination.
And West African words and expressions dominate the latest update of the Oxford English Dictionary. How does it benefit the culture?
If you look at all the words added, you see there's a lot about the music, about food in particular, a lot about means of transportation.
That's all on the BBC Tonight in Focus. First, the news.
I'm Debbie Russ with the BBC News. Israel says the Rafah border crossing between Gaza and Egypt is now fully open after being largely closed for almost 2 years. Only about 50 Palestinians in need of medical care will be allowed to leave each day, with 1 or 2 relatives to care for them. A further 50 people will be allowed in. The UNICEF spokesperson, Jonathan Crex, is in the centre of the Gaza Strip.
Here in Gaza, most of the health system is damaged. Barely half of the hospitals, which are only partially functioning, and the rest is simply closed or destroyed. The equipment is missing here. Some medical supplies are missing here, so that it's a critical life-saving opportunity that children have to exit and go to Egypt to get medical treatment.
The crossing is the only gateway in and out of Gaza for Palestinians. Its reopening is a key part of President Trump's ceasefire plan for the territory. The German authorities have arrested 5 people suspected of exporting goods worth tens of millions of dollars to Russian arms companies under a European Union embargo. They were detained in the northern city of Lübeck. Rory Gallimore reports.
EU leaders have often spoken about the need to make Russia pay for launching its full-scale invasion of Ukraine. Embargoes are a key part of those efforts. According to German prosecutors, these suspects have breached those measures for years. They're alleged to have sent 16,000 deliveries to Russia since the invasion began, with many of the recipients being arms firms. In total, the exports are thought to have been worth at least $35 million. All 5 suspects are German citizens, although some are dual Russian or Ukrainian nationals.
Japan says it's successfully retrieved rare earth sediment from ocean depths of nearly 6,000 metres, the world's first attempt to tap the metals so far under the sea. The sample was collected by a pioneering drilling vessel near a remote Pacific island. Scientists say the seabed around Minami Torishima is a home to a vast trove of metals, vital for everything from electric vehicles to military weapon systems. A court in Bangladesh has sentenced the ousted Prime Minister Sheikh Hasina and 3 of her family members to varying prison terms in separate corruption cases. Ms Hasina fled to India in August 2024 after a mass uprising. She was sentenced to death for crimes against humanity in November last year. Azadeh Moshiri reports from Dhaka.
Since Hasina's Awami League government was overthrown in 2024, prosecutors have brought a series of cases against the former Prime Minister and her relatives. Today's verdict also handed down varying prison sentences for 3 of Hasina's family members, including Tulip Siddique, a British member of Parliament. This latest case was once again tried in Hasina's absence. It centred on allegations she abused her power to secure state land for her relatives.
World News from the BBC. A court in China has sentenced the former Justice Minister Tang Yi-jun to life in prison for taking bribes. The court in Fujian province said Mr. Tang had illegally accepted property worth nearly $20 million. President Xi Jinping has been pressing ahead with a sweeping anti-corruption campaign that's seen a string of high-ranking officials put under investigation or punished. The British Foreign Secretary has said her government will help Ethiopia create local jobs to reduce illegal migration to the UK. Yvette Cooper, who's visiting Addis Ababa, has signed an agreement to provide $400 million worth of funding for Ethiopian energy projects. She'll hold talks with the authorities on how to work together to counter smuggling gangs. Donald Trump has threatened to sue the host of the Grammy Awards, Trevor Noah, for suggesting in a joke that the president visited an island owned by the late sex offender Jeffrey Epstein. Mr. Trump said he'd never been anywhere near the island and described the comedian as a total loser. Several music stars used their victory speeches at Sunday's event to criticise the Trump administration's crackdown on illegal immigration. A controversial ticketing system for the Trevi Fountain in Rome has come into effect to help preserve one of Italy's most famous sites and tackle overcrowding. With more details, here's Mimi Swaby.
The Trevi Fountain is the latest Italian landmark to charge entry, and it's been met with mixed reactions. Yet officials in the Italian capital said more than 500 tickets at nearly $1.70 to enter the tourist hotspot had already been snapped up on Monday, in addition to 3,000 advance tickets sold online. Rome's tourism councillor Alessandro Onorato said the fee was moderate, stating that in New York they would have asked for $100 and that their request is a contribution to the 18th century landmark's beauty and hospitality.
And that's the latest. BBC News.
Hello there. I'm Nkechi Obonna in Nairobi with Focus on Africa. In Tanzania, the BBC Africa Eye has been told that a high-ranking police officer was behind the abduction and torture of several activists in the lead-up to the presidential election last year.
Sativa, he claims when he was at the police station, he met the policeman who's called Mafwele. Boniface and Agatha, when they went to the central police station, they claim that they were also interrogated by Mafwele. So there is this pattern that is emerging, and one name that keeps coming up to these people who experience torture and abduction in Tanzania.
Also, we shine a light on the West African words and expressions recently added to the Oxford English Dictionary. The first word is bend down select.
I would say second-hand clothing.
The next word is Ghana must go.
Okay, a large bag.
Mami market.
I would say a market in camps or camp market.
It's Monday, February 2nd. A BBC Africa Eye investigation has been told that a high-ranking police officer in Tanzania's main city, Dar es Salaam, was linked to the abduction of several activists who allege they were subsequently abused by other officers. They claim their ordeals happened as the government was cracking down on dissent ahead of the October 2025 presidential election. 4 victims allege Faustine Jackson Mafwele, an assistant commissioner of police, was involved in their enforced disappearances. Now, between January 2024 and October 2025, various human rights organizations reported widespread abuses, including enforced disappearances, arbitrary arrest, torture, and other ill treatment and extrajudicial killings in Tanzania. The government denies the allegations. For more on the Africa Eye investigation, I spoke to the BBC's Peter Murimi. Peter, could you kindly tell us what exactly we just heard? Describe what is happening, please.
So the voice that you're hearing is someone who's called Edgar Mokabela, and online he's called Sativa. And he had just been shot in the back of the head in Katavi National Park. And he crawled to the side of the road where passerbys found him. And they were trying to ascertain, like, what is happening? Who are you? How did you get here? And it's just, Sativa was asking for help, like, please help me. I've been shot, I'm really injured badly, I need help, and I was abducted a few days ago.
Right. Could you give us context?
Yeah, so Sativa, he's been a critic of the government, and he lives in Dar es Salaam. It was a Sunday, which was normal, like any other Sunday to all of us. He decided to go to Cocoa Beach and just relax with his brother. And he was looking for a house. So the agent called him and said, "We found a house for you." When he went to meet the agent, he was taken up by men he doesn't know. He ended up at the parking lot of Oyster Bay Police Station in Dar es Salaam, where he was interrogated by police. And the next day, he was picked up by unknown men, driven across the country, beaten really badly, and eventually shot in the back of the head, which was a failed assassination. So when you talk to Sativa, he tells us he thinks it's all his activism that led him being abducted.
And this is what he said to you. In his exact words, we have a clip of Sativa. Let's just hear his account.
They took me to police station known as Oysterbay. They didn't take me to the reception. They drive until taking me to the backyard of the police station. On my phone, it was switched off there at the Oysterbay police station. Suddenly, the motor car arrived. They were now starting asking, "Hey, Sativa, the top man from the government is looking for you. Tell us exactly what is it are you doing?" I was now trying to look, who is that top man looking for me? Who is he? I know a lot of officers because I've been in politics. How come I don't know this guy?
We've just listened to Sativa there, giving an account of him being taken away by people he didn't know. Could you take us back, give us a bit of background? What exactly was happening in Tanzania that led to his abduction?
What is interesting first, if you go into the police station, normally there's a procedure how you're booked in and you're logged in that you're in the police station. And actually it's a public record that you're there. The thing is, especially in the last 2 years building up to the election, there was this wave of critics and activists and sometimes even journalists who were disappearing and nobody would know where they were. And it was really difficult to find a footprint of what's happening to them. But because Sativa survived at Katavi National Park, at least now he gave us a footprint somehow what happens. Because you can see they're being taken off the record into the police station. And then after that, through Sativa can tell us we can assume that happens to the rest of the people, but we can only assume. But Sativa's experience and the fact that he survived was really eye-opening to a lot of people.
And did you speak to other people? What did they say?
Especially in this program, we spoke to Sativa, we spoke to Boniface and Agatha. Boniface Mwangi, who's a Kenyan activist, and Agatha Atuhire, who's a Ugandan activist. They were also basically tortured really badly. And the thing is, there's a commonality. Sativa, when he claims when he was at the police station, he met the policeman who's called Mafwele. Boniface and Agatha, when they went to the central police station, they claim that they were also interrogated by Mafwele. And then we talked to a third person who as well claimed that they interacted with Mafwele. So there is this pattern that is emerging, and one name that keeps coming up to these people who experience torture and abduction in Tanzania. And we think there's a lot of questions that Mafwele should come up and respond to the allegations that have been made by the survivors of abduction. We also interviewed Agatha Atuhire and Boniface Mwangi, and here's what they said.
He's the one that dismissed our lawyers. He's the one that interrogated us in that moment. I also imagine he's the one that called the thugs that later took us.
When I came back, I wanted to disappear. I came back, I struggled with suicide. Came back, I struggled with alcohol. Sometimes when I'm quiet and I'm alone, there's a lot of sadness that comes and a lot of pain. And so I have to keep on fighting over the pain and the sadness to stay alive and continue the struggle.
Now, Peter, just give us perspective. Who is this person whose name seems to be common amongst these people you spoke to in the course of your investigation?
So, Mafwele is a zonal crime officer for Dar es Salaam. And Sativa claimed that Mafwele interrogated him. Agatha and Boniface claims that Mafwele interrogated them. So it's become like a common thread that he is involved with these people, and after that, terrible things happen to them. So we're not saying that Mafuele is the one who directly was torturing them, but at some point in the chain, he is there. And the question is, he is a very senior policeman, and after that, terrible things happen to these individuals, and we just think he should come up and explain. But what's more importantly, if you hear what Boniface was saying, and this is really important, everybody that we talk to on and off camera is the trauma and the price that they pay after the abduction. Now, they struggle with sleeping, they struggle with alcohol and depression. And this is something that a load that all of them really carry, and it's something that is not recognized. They think you just survived, thank God, but actually the scars are much more deeper and go on for much, much longer.
Were you able to authenticate these allegations from Boniface, from Sativa, and even Agatha?
Yeah, so I think we used this corroboration. So we talked to different people separately, like it was Boniface, Agatha, but also like those the lawyers who were there, there were also eyewitnesses. So through cross-referencing the experiences, and when they all matched the same, so that was true. But beyond that, Boniface and Agatha shared the medical records with us, and the injuries they had were matching the testimonies that they gave us of what happened to them.
And now we see that allegations have also been leveled against some individuals, including the senior officer in question. Did we speak to Mafuele? Were you able to get a hold of him, and what did he say?
We wrote right of replies to Mafuele, to the Tanzania police force, and also to the Tanzanian government. So the Tanzanian government responded to us, but the police force and Mafuele did not respond to the allegations that we raised in the program.
What did the government say?
So the Tanzanian government denied any wrongdoing, and they said Boniface and Agatha had broken immigration rules. They had claimed that they were going there as tourists, and they ended up going to the court case for Tundu Lissu. So they were deported legally, and they just say they never broke any rules. Everything that happened was within the law. So they denied any wrongdoing.
And what's the current situation with Agatha, with Sativa, with Boniface, and so many other people who you spoke to in the course of your investigation that had something to say about being abducted? I mean, we've seen the Amnesty International had said there had been a wave of abductions between 2024 and 2025. What's the current situation post-elections?
It's very hard to tell what the current situation, because we had a lot of post-election violence, and right now it's a wait and see. People are monitoring to see what the next step is. But Agatha, they're really looking for justice. They want something to happen. They don't want the events and what happened to them just to end like that. So they're desperate to trying to raise awareness. I think they're going to the East Africa Court of Justice. They're looking for justice. But more importantly, Agatha and Boniface are still struggling with mental health issues, with depression. So it's a slow road to recovery for them.
Peter Murimi there. The Tanzanian government told the BBC it has never involved itself in abductions and has never looked for anyone who is a critic to the government, and that freedom of expression is guaranteed under the constitution of the country. This is Focus on Africa from the BBC World Service. Take a walk down the street in Nigeria, where I'm from. You would hear words like abeg or biko flying all around. They are quick, easy ways of saying please. Now here's the twist. What if I told you those same street words and about 20 more you would recognize from everyday life in West Africa are now officially part of the Oxford English Dictionary? Yes, they have found a place in the dictionary. To unpack some of the latest additions, here's an explainer from my colleague, Chiamaka Dike.
To understand some of the new words recently added to the Oxford English Dictionary's global lexicon, let me take you on a quick food journey across West Africa. Our tour begins with something many West Africans simply call swallow, now officially recognized by the dictionary. And yes, the name is quite literal. These are foods you don't chew much, you pinch, you dip, and you swallow. Some newly recognized swallows include fufu and amala, made from yam, cassava or plantain, and Liberia's domboy, a smooth, stretchy pounded cassava dish. They are often paired with light soup, another newly added word, which is a rich, peppery tomato braised broth from Ghana. But if swallows aren't quite your thing, our journey continues westward to another beloved staple, rice. Here you will meet benachin, the Senegalese and Gambian cousin of jollof rice. If you'd rather dodge the jollof debate, there are other rice routes to try. One is plain boiled rice with yassa. There's also domoda, a comforting peanut and tomato stew. Still hungry? Make one last stop with ampesi from Ghana, a mix of boiled tubers served with palm oil stew, and Nigeria's moi moi, a soft, savory steamed bean pudding. As our food journey ends, these dishes reveal more than taste. They tell stories of culture, language, and identity, and showing West African flavors gaining global recognition.
Thanks to my colleague Chiamaka Dike for taking us on a mini West African food tour. And no surprise there, because many of the newly added words are all about food. This isn't the first time West African words have made it into the dictionary. So I spoke with Dr. Kingsley Ugwani, a consultant to the Oxford English Dictionary and a key contributor to these updates. He began our conversation by telling me why we're seeing a growing number of West African words being recognized now.
It's not just West Africa. The reason behind it is that the OED, I'm speaking particularly about the OED, which I consult for, is that some years ago, about 10, 15 years now, the OED started a more formalized program to accommodate English from across the world. And that's in recognition that English is no longer singular and that English is spoken across the world.
And by OED, we mean the Oxford English Dictionary.
Oxford English Dictionary, yes. That's it.
Right. Now, does this recognition benefit the culture in any way?
Yes, it does, because if you look at all the words added, you see there's a lot about the music, about food in particular, a lot about means of transportation. You can think about poda poda, for example, which is very common in Sierra Leone, which is a means of transportation, right? Okada was added some years ago. You see that these things define culture, and by defining culture, they also promote, because OED is such a global dictionary, so used across the world. So what it means is that someone somewhere in Malaysia, someone somewhere in think of any country in the world can open this one and read what they mean and follow the link, follow the reference to where these words have been used and find the text and know what they mean and what they mean to the people that use them.
Dr. Ogwani, just walk us through the process for getting words officially recognized and being added to the dictionary. I've always wondered how that works.
What they do is that they have this internal mechanism that shows words that are not already in the dictionary. Then they begin to look at these words and begin to compile the definition. But then also they have a system where readers of the dictionary can also suggest. So at the end of the day, the OED will make a list of these words, and then they come to consultants like us. Like I consult for Nigerian English. So they'll send me the list of the words and say, okay, are these meanings appropriate? Do you think that if this word is defined in this way or the other way, might it cause trouble culturally, or does it represent how it is perceived within the context? And just to give you a quick example, when we were defining the word, that's many years ago, it's among the first batch we worked on, we were working on this word, egusi soup. In the first definition that was sent to me, the definition was that egusi is a kind of stew made with melon seed. I said, no, this is not stew. It can't be stew, right? Mm-hmm. And then, but I know where this is coming from. When the British person tells you soup, the soup is usually watery. And so it was difficult for a typical British editor to see egusi as soup. we went back and forth, I think, to the point that one of the editors had to go and order egusi soup from an African restaurant to see how it looks like and to ask questions around. And it took us a lot of back and forth to decide that, yes, the people say this as soup, not as stew. So if the meaning came out as that egusi is a kind of stew, people say, what does this mean, right? So it goes through these internal processes in terms of etymology, meaning, pronunciation, before the word is now finalized and published.
Right. But I have to ask you this. Are these words now becoming generally accepted, given they've been added to the dictionary?
I have to sound a note of caution here, right? Acceptance is not something that is general. There's the issue of, I accept this, the other person accepts. But when it comes to like overall acceptance, which is something that is usually initiated or guided by policy. But as it stands now, when it comes to acceptance, I wouldn't say there is now general acceptance. There is not. I don't think there is.
Right.
But that is actually the very nature of language. Can I shock you by telling you that today, not everybody still accepts American English as a legitimate variety of English. Because some people still say, no, American English is bad English. These are just people's opinion because people are not ready to accept change.
Exactly,
right?
which brings me to my next point.
If they hear something different from what they are used to, they begin to complain.
Exactly, which brings me to my next point, that we're seeing the addition of all these words in recent years. Critics may argue that it waters down the originality of the English language.
Well, there's no language that is, when you say original English, is a very controversial term in language. What's original? Even English itself is not original, if I understand what you mean by that. Because English was a West Germanic language, all right? It was the language of the Anglo-Saxons who invaded the British Isles several centuries ago and forced them to pick their language. All right. So, and since then, English has been borrowing from all the languages of the world. So why is it different? So if English can borrow from Japanese and borrow from Korean and borrow from Chinese and German and French and all, so why can't it borrow from Pidgin? And just to tell you, the history of language is the history of people complaining that language is being watered down. Some of these words that people are criticizing now as bad, in many years to come, all right, the people that will come after us to use them will not remember that these words were frowned upon when they started their lives. That is just the very nature of language.
Now, Doc, I have a very quick exercise for you. I'm going to ask you, it's a quick fire round. So I'm going to give you a word and you tell me the meaning.
I think I am.
Drum roll. Fantastic. Okay, the first word is bend down select.
I would say second-hand clothing.
The next word is Ghana must go.
Okay, a large bag. I would say large bag.
And finally, Mami market.
A market in camps. Or camp market. Camp market, let me put it that way.
Kingsley Ugwani, a consultant for the Oxford English Dictionary. And that's all on Focus on Africa today. What did you think about the stories we brought you? Do share your thoughts with us. Our WhatsApp number is +44 78 42 61 77 66, or find us on social media at BBC Africa. You can also email us on focusonafrica@bbc.co.uk. This episode was produced by Kigante Shumba in Nairobi and Blessing Aderoba in Lagos. It was mixed by David Nzao, and Charles Gitonga was the senior journalist in charge. Our editors are Samuel Murunga and Mariam Abdallah. I'm Nkechi Obonna. Speak again soon.